We set
On the floor.
actions.
Afternoon, Brian. Michael.
Here you go there, Hillary.
That was good. I just had my mic off.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome everybody. It is now 1 o'clock and we are due to start our council meeting on the 23rd of March 2022. Welcome everybody in the chamber. Welcome to councillors. Online we've got Michael Deaker, Brian Scott, Alexa Forbes, CE, Sarah Gardner. We've also got Joe Gaylor with us in the chamber.
I think we've got Nick Donnelly as well.
Oh,
Did I see him a minute ago?
and also Nick Donnelly. Excellent. So welcome everybody. Apologies. There is one from Gretchen.
Yes.
It moved by Carmen, seconded by Hillary. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye, and we wish you well to be better.
Yes, we wish her a speedy recovery.
And her family.
Moving on to item 2, public forum. We've got.
Happy Otago Anniversary Day, considering we are the Otago Regional Council.
That's a very good point, Kate. Thank you for reminding me. Before we go to Jerry, as you've alluded to, it is officially Otago Anniversary Day. So I suppose on behalf of the Otago Regional Council, we extend our appreciation to the early settlers that, along with mana whenua, who have created the region, and we now receive the rewards of all that hard work that happened in the early days, well before we were ever even thought about as an organisation. So if we had the opportunity to propose a toast, I would, but perhaps later on when we finish our meeting, we will undertake a toast.
It'd be rude not to.
Yeah. Okay. Jerry, welcome to you. You're here to talk to us today about governance, I believe. Can you hear me, Jerry?
Yes, I can.
So welcome along. Welcome back to, obviously it's not the chamber that you sat in your time as an elected member of the Otago Regional Council, but welcome to the chamber here in Philip Lang House, and we're in your hands.
Okay, well, thank you. Chairman, I realise I've got extremely limited time. In fact, I would have to say a ridiculously small amount of time to discuss even touch on some of these issues. But I guess governance covers the wider picture that I would probably like to cover a wee bit. I just came across a quote literally just a few moments ago, and it says, "What we face is serious governance issues," and this is referring to water especially, "that require serious bottom-up engagement and action." And the paper was by one of New Zealand's foremost water authorities. I guess you might, question I asked myself was, why am I bothering with, as I mentioned earlier, a ridiculously small amount of time? And I think you really, as councillors, do need to review just how you engage as councillors, not as staff or as an organisation, as councillors, how you can engage far more constructively with the public, such as me, rather than just a 5-minute slot. I think it's timely to address the issue, and one that I've got two major ones, and I'll come to the major one in a moment or two. The one that really concerns me is the loss of representation on this council by having, or they have the powers that are vested in the council to exclude councillors who have what is known as a vested or a conflict of interest. By excluding 2 councillors not so long ago, you effectively excluded or disenfranchised 1,700 other odd water right holders, such as myself. even though all I do these days is irrigate a few trees, I still have a permit to take. Could I ask you, almost beg you, if you like, look up the Localism Act, which is an act that was passed in the UK, and I think it was David Cameron some years ago, where they accepted that people who have a vested interest in common with hundreds of other people are absolutely, often as not anyway, appointed or voted to go onto councils to speak on their behalf, and indeed to vote on their behalf, not to be excluded. So I think these things are very important. I was going to touch on the code of conduct and so on that we read about in the paper almost weekly these days. But I would like to make this particular point. You guys as council decided you wanted to join this particular glass house. It was your choice. Well, it was the voters' choice, I suppose. But when you get there, you start to throw stones and bricks at each other. It is such a bad look, especially now that you've got these Zoom meetings and people can join in. And I know during my 9 years on the council, virtually nobody ever bothered turning up, so nobody knew what was happening or didn't happen. But I think it's hugely important to recognise that just asking for respect just doesn't happen. You've actually got to earn it. One of the other points I think is also I want to make to you as a governance organisation is that I think the rural sector look to you as the local people to actually represent us at a higher level in governments, or calling in, if you like, local Labor or national, anybody, any MPs, and talk to them about the problems that we face in this district, in this area. To the best of my knowledge, that's never happened, and it absolutely should happen from time to time anyway. I think it's fair to say that governance on high and locally is now at a level where the rural sector feel as though the administrative bodies have declared war on rural New Zealand. It doesn't matter whether it's water or land use or whatever. And you have, of course, the authority to win the war. You will always win the war because you have that background, you have the legislation. But you'll never win the peace. I can guarantee you that much. You will never win the peace as long as we continue down this pathway. And the lady I would like to, I'm sorry, I'm rushing through this because of the time limits. There's I don't know if you're going to see this. It's an article on a woman by the name of Mavis Mullins. I don't know if you've heard of her. I think some of the rural sector will have.
Yeah.
But there was an article here on Miss Mullins, who I think is quite a remarkable woman. I've known of her for many years. And I just wanted to quote a couple of things that she was quoted as saying in this article in the New Zealand Farmers Weekly of a couple of weeks ago. I think it was February the 21st. And she says, Te mana o tu wai, the vital importance of water, it is a concept that's central to government's freshwater reform, but it's important not to view it in isolation. Mavis Mullins says, she's a former war classer by trade. She's a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit, a businesswoman, a landowner, and somebody who has held wide range of governance positions, and recently presented to Te Aro Māori and Agribusiness, a 3-day conference in the North Island, giving effect to Te Mana o tu wai. Okay. She told those.
Jerry, can I just get you to wrap up? You've got about a minute left. Thank you.
I mean, this is the nonsense, isn't it? It really is the nonsense. She told those taking part that it's important to understand that nurturing and protecting all life, whether it's water, soil, stock, preparedness from climate change, or looking after people. Gosh, that's a change, isn't it? Looking after people who rely on the land. Ms. Mullen said it is all connected and should not be viewed separately. There's a word I'll finish with. I mean, I find this just so insulting, frankly, that I've got to, there's important things to talk about, and that's why people don't bother. The word, and this was the headline. Again, I'm not sure you're going to get this. I'll read it out to you. More resilience, more to resilience than just the science. We've been arguing in the paper about who's got the right science. But this lady is referring to the thing that is just so important to right across the spectrum, and it's resilience. You build resilience into your systems. Don't argue around the silos that various people promote, including the farming community. You build resilience. Never mind this ridiculously stupid comment, what is it? Environmental sustainability. It's meaningless. It's absolutely meaningless. So, look, there's a dozen other things there that I would, the 5-year permit, you're going to kill the rural sector with that. The good faith is all gone. I better go and just have a lie down now, because I feel so absolutely frustrated at having this ridiculously, as I mentioned earlier, because I know there's some extraordinarily good people who write papers on this and they're not being listened to. Anyway, that's me. I'm not going to say thank you for 5 minutes. If it was half an hour or 20 minutes, I would, but it's not. So maybe you'd think about some of the things we've talked about, well, I've talked about, but if history tells me to learn anything, nothing's going to change, which is regrettable. Never mind, that's me. You hopefully will all enjoy a nice meeting. Good morning. Well, it's afternoon now, isn't it?
Thanks, Jerry. There may be a question or two for you, but before I go to Hilary, thank you very much for taking the time in your day to be with us. We appreciate hearing from our constituents. So,
really?
Yeah, so thank you. Hilary.
Jerry, just in response to your frustration about us not wanting to listen to you for half an hour, or not being able to in our current
Well, 10 minutes
system,
would have been good, Hilary.
Might I suggest that you write down what you want to focus on, and that written form doesn't need to be something you could speak to in 5 minutes. You can circulate that, which means that the media can get that too, and then you can talk to that document, which means that you've got more ability to share greater ideas. Can I suggest that to you, Jerry?
Well, you can, Hilary, and I thank you for that constructive comment. The only problem with that is that I've done that in the past. I have not even received the courtesy of a response from councillors to say, have received or I am receipt of your article. I did that one, most recent one, on the impacts of nitrogen, that none of this council know anything about. So, and I did not get one response, not one. So I take your point, Hilary, and I think, the concept is a sound one, but when you're bitten, I don't bother after a while, but, but thank you anyway.
Thank you. Kate.
Thank you, Jerry. I have shared that article with the councillors for your information. Thank you for referencing it. And Mavis, she's a awesome lady with huge experience in governance. And if she's the model that you want us to take, very happy to read and understand more. But she's certainly done some amazing work and has some great things for us to learn from. Thank you.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Thank you. I mean, getting it down here, getting it to a meeting and talking to her, well, I'm sorry, have her talk to you, I think is one of the things that I think would be of enormous value, and a recognition that there is another perspective out there, and this thing called resilience. So yes, I thank you very much for that.
Excellent. Thanks, Jerry.
Hello.
Moving on to item 3, confirmation of the agenda. I'll move, seconded by Michael Laws, that we confirm as circulated the agenda. Any discussion, Kate?
There is one matter that,
Michael?
there is one matter, I'm being difficult and I didn't raise this with you earlier. The matter on which one is it? 7.8 is somewhat predicated on a decision that we're going to make later on, and it seems odd to me, the order of the papers, and I should have raised that with you.
The Treasury Management Policy you're talking about?
Yeah, well, the LGFA port lending.
Yeah,
7.8,
sorry.
and that predicates a discussion that we're meant to be having later on. I mean, that won't happen unless the discussion later on happens, does it? And public excluded.
Correct. We need to,
Yeah.
we obviously need to deal with
Yeah.
that item before we go into non-public, correct? Is that what you mean?
I thought the other way around, but I could have that wrong.
That's the way I read the paper. from
Okay.
Nick.
Okay,
I'll
no,
just-
that may be, yeah, maybe I've got that wrong.
Is Nick, you're with us, Nick?
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
because
I'm
of the
here.
policy has to change first.
Yeah, I looked at it the other way, that the first paper in public is about the proposal in principle, and has the attached Treasury management policy that needs to be adopted. So then the second part is the actual, is the technical agreement and legal advice. So that's why that's in public excluded. But
Okay.
I looked at it, you do the proposal and in principle. Obviously, if you decided in public that you didn't want to do that, then the public excluded paper would, there wouldn't be anything that you'd be looking to approve in that. So that's the way round that I had it.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for the explanation, Nick. Thanks for raising it, Kate. Okay, so moving on to item 5, which is confirmation of the minutes of the 23rd February 2022 council meeting. Moved Kate, seconded Hillary. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Yeah, if members on Zoom, just put your hand up. That's awesome for voting. Thank you. Moving on to actions. Is there anything that needs to be?
Yep.
Given?
On page, sorry, just putting the screen up bigger. Page 14, action around convene a working party comprised of finance and engineering staff. That one there, it's actually got it down as completed, but that's an ongoing process. So should it be? I suppose that part there itself has been completed, but is that not in progress as opposed to completed?
Through the chair.
When you,
Yeah,
Nick,
I can
thanks, Nick.
answer that one. What you've got is that was the action that came out of the council meeting. So the working party then went ahead and met and reported back to the finance committee. And then what you've now got is an ongoing action out of the finance committee that was held last month. So this action here that came out of previous council meetings has been completed, and it's superseded by other actions in the committee.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. I think she is. Oh, sorry. No, you remember the working party, Hillary? The working party, which was the finance and the annual plan rating considerations, looking at the Torrey flood and drainage scheme or the flood schemes. Okay, we note that. So the members are Kevin, Kate, and Hillary. Okay. Any other matters with regards to actions? Sorry, Carmen.
It's all right, through the chair. We've just got it just says here to do with the writing to the DCC on reiterating we're happy to work on a joint governance group. So that's on page 15, and it's the fourth one from the bottom. I apologise, third one from the bottom. It just says yet to be action, Chair.
Yeah,
So
the
a
letter,
bit
the letter has
tricky or-
just been written.
Well done.
And sorry, it wasn't attached to my report, but it has gone, and it was sent to the mayor and councillors, and also CC'd to Ingrid Leary, MP for Tyree. As well.
Appreciate that. Good to see some action. Thank you.
Anything else? Pretty good. Everyone's good online. Yep. Okay. Moving on to item 7.1, Annual Plan 2023. This report is provided for Council's endorsement of supporting the material for community engagement on the proposed Annual Plan 22-23. I have an email from David Cooper, who I think may be joining us online. And this just outlines essentially the engagement summary for the annual plan. I'll just go to that in a minute, but obviously there's 1, 2, 3, 4 attachments, the messaging material, the online summary material, the partner and stakeholder list, and the proposed annual plan is attached to our agenda. The 3 recommendations there are set out, noting this report provides supporting information for community engagement on the proposed annual plan 22-23, endorses the supporting information for community engagement on the proposed annual plan 22-23, and authorises community engagement for annual plan 22-23 to begin. Now, the email I've got from David highlights the and David, of course, is the principal engagement advisor. It just highlights the engagement summary, and I'll just whip through. There's 6 or 7 bullet points. Just bear with me. The first one, staff will be taking both a broad and a targeted engagement approach to consultation on the 22-23 draft annual plan, recognising that in-depth community consultation took place for the LTP or long-term plan that was agreed by council last year. Second bullet point, as these annual plan budget estimates were being prepared, council asked that in year 2 of the LTP this year, we adhere to the long-term plan stated and consulted forecast of no more than 18% rates increase for 22-23. Third bullet point, the approach the council was recommended to take on public engagement therefore reflects that changes proposed in this year's annual plan are relatively minor to what has already been consulted and agreed to in the LTP, i.e. 18% rate increase. Fourth bullet point, the targeted engagement will involve both communications and consultation with the public and proactive discussions with key stakeholders. Fifth bullet point, consultation involves seeking open-ended community feedback through the ORC Your Say online platform. This online feedback facility will be promoted through local print and digital media channels and will include the option of providing emailed feedback and a paper feedback form. Sixth bullet point, targeted engagement includes sending emails to a broad range of stakeholder groups who submitted to the 21-31 long-term plan, seeking their feedback, arranging proactive meetings with 12 targeted stakeholders, identified using a set criteria. Last bullet point, this targeted approach to engagement will be reviewed, adapted and used to provide an avenue for stakeholder feedback in the next LTP, the 24-34 long-term plan. I'm not sure whether David is with us today. Yes, he is. Oh, well, sorry, Dave. Welcome. And also welcome to Mike and obviously Nick.
And
Mike,
Rebecca.
are you? Oh, and Rebecca Boland, is it?
Yes.
Welcome, Rebecca. Okay, I think we're probably in your hands, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that summary. Yeah, so you just went through a key bit there, the engagement process. The other housekeeping bit before I give a quick summary of the paper is paragraph 11, page 19. It gives a start date or potential start date for the consultation engagement as 31 March. It should actually be 28 March. which is the coming Monday. Just a quick recap on process. 23 February committee, you approved draft financial estimates as a basis for engagement, and you improved that consultation engagement approach. So importantly, since the 23rd, staff have gone away and finalised a range of information to support council going out and having that engagement discussion feedback process, if you like. And that's reflected in the recommendations that you just went through, Mr. Chair. We're really simply endorsing the information. It's really just putting it out in front of you so there's no surprises, and really importantly, authorising the start of that conversation, that feedback session with both stakeholders and the broader community. And yeah, you've run through the information that we've packaged together. Importantly, I'd highlight the draft annual plan. That is reflecting your LTP year 2, so there's no surprises there. And it's obviously been revised to reflect the adjustments that we've made to that you're well aware of. And as part of that information, you've got your levels of service measures and targets that have come through from that LTP as well. We'd be looking to bring that back to council to you. There's going to be some refinements around that, but they'll just be refinements to some of those targets. We'll bring that back to you later on, probably about May. And the other important bit of information is really the online information on our Your Say website platform. And Rebecca will run you through that just to show you. And then we have David here. And I'm not sure after the intro whether you want to speak more to add more to what the chair said around the stakeholder engagement, David, but I'll leave that to you.
Thanks, Mike. I could just answer questions if you'd like.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So really, that's a high-level flyover of the paper from my perspective. There's just one other thing. There is a part of the paper that refers to transport. That came out of a question from a councillor or councillors at the last implementation committee. I'll just let that lie on the table if you want to discuss that, and perhaps Mr. Donnelly will respond. Yeah, that's it from me. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mike. Rebecca, are you happy to just cover off any aspects from your perspective?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will share my screen so that I can share the campaign that we've put together for you. So just get that started. So we are putting together an email to our Tier 2 stakeholders who submitted on the long-term plan last year. And this is the email that will be sent to them in the next few days. It's just highlighting the key points that you have already seen as part of the paper and the timeline that the consultation will be following. And it will also link through to the Your Say platform so that people have easy access to click through directly to Your Say. Then we have our print and digital advertising. This here is a sample of the print advert that is going to run starting on Saturday, running through the full month of the feedback period. And we will also have various different digital adverts as well that'll be targeted to our audience. So people in Otago of a certain age, and we've got various target audience criteria that we'll be including in that digital advertising. And then I will take you through the Your Say page as well. So this is what the Your Say page will look like when people click through to the page. And we've outlined some information here that you will have already hopefully read in the council paper. We've included the income information and also how that money is being spent. Then we've also got some information that we've pulled from a brochure that was put together late last year at your request around the different services and where that service spread across the region. Then we also include a little bit more information here and what you get for your money. And that is fairly lengthy and comprehensive, so hopefully people have enough information there to then be able to come through to the Have Your Say feedback form, where they can click on the Have Your Say button and fill out a feedback form here, which we've kept really high level and simple because we haven't actually got too much in the way of changes. Yeah, so it's just general feedback really. And then we've also got the some information that just helps my team to figure out how people are finding out about these campaigns so that we can further refine things in the future. So that is it from me.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Rebecca. Just from the chair, obviously there's been some emails circulating with regards to the palatability or not of an 18% rate increase, and I understand that Nick's been involved with those discussions with Kevin, or there's been a conversation between Kevin and Nick. So I just wondered, before we go any further, I'm just thinking either Hilary or Kevin, possibly Kevin, is there something that you would like just to frame up in terms of where things are at, in terms of the conversation, Kevin, the online conversation we've been having? Mike.
Yeah, look, clearly what we have is of a rate increase of 18% is absolutely in line with what we've requested and what we've been endeavouring to do with ORC over the last 2 to 3 years, and that's get ORC into a place where it is an even more exceptionally good organisation and doing the jobs that it should do. And that required, I think, our 48% and now our 18% increase to get us to that stage. The world has changed. I've reflected that to Mr. Donnelly just in a conversation. Yeah, the world has certainly changed. My council colleagues have, quite a number have talked to me about the fact that the world has changed, and whether that 18% is in fact either affordable, palatable, or achievable to get within the current market situation. With that in mind, I think it's time. Look, I'm exceptionally happy with the process that Mr. Rossler, Rebecca, and the team have got ahead of us, but I think at some stage we need, as a group, to sit down and say, where is this 18% at? Can we actually put that out into the market? I know we're going to the market now on consultation based on what we're delivering, but yeah, look, I would like to take the opportunity for us as a group to have a workshop and really work out with staff whether we believe that this is palatable and what we can actually do to ensure that ORC continues down the path that we're going, but somehow make this 80% more palatable to our constituents.
Thanks, Kevin. I'll just check before I go any further with Nick. From a staff perspective, Nick, is there any comment you want to make at this point?
No, I think Kevin summed it up. Obviously, if there's emails going around, I haven't seen any emails, but Kevin and I did have a conversation reflecting what he's just reflected there, that going out to putting the number out and going out to consultation now, it'll be interesting what the feedback is from the community, and that might necessitate some review of where we're at. So, whether that's having a workshop or seeing what feedback comes back from the community and then going from there. Obviously, we're happy to have a look at it. We'll just, as we have to this point, we'll just take direction from you and work through. But I think the key thing we're looking for today, of course, is to get the endorsement to go through that community engagement piece and see what feedback we do get from the community. Not just around the rates, but around what we've got in year 2 from an activity point of view and levels of service, as well as what the rates increase that's required to achieve that.
Thanks, Nick. I'll just check with Sarah. Is there any comment you want to make, Sarah?
Only that if you have any intent of changing things significantly, there's a significant amount of work potentially that will fall in behind that. So it's important that we are all across this so that we can prepare if that was necessary to do that work. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in a situation where potentially we're not delivering an annual plan within the timeframes that we're required to. And also, because this wasn't a significant change to anything that was in the LTP, we have not proposed any variation to the LTP. Depending on what you decide to do, that could significantly change things. And again, that presents a whole nother challenge for us. So decision making that you might make is important, and it's your decision to make, but I'm just trying to reflect that there'll be significant impact on the organisation.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. So just before I go, I'm going to go to Hillary in a moment and then Michael Laws, and then I've got Michael Deeker online. Yeah, so in that order, but I was just going to suggest we've got David Cooper with us and Rebecca with us, and they're happy to take questions as we work our way through. So I think at this point, it would be good to have the questions about the paper, and then we can move to the question that Kevin's posed and focus on that discussion. So if we can deal with the questions first relating to the sort of the things that we need to decide today, endorsing the community engagement info and authorising it to be triggered by the March 28th. Hillary.
I think this is changing the words but not changing other things, but I think it would be useful in a communication sense. The public transport descriptions speak of things being funded partly by reserves. They're not funded by reserves. They're funded by a deficit. They're funded by an overdraft. They're funded that there is no money, so they're funded by debt. So I would like to see the words around some of that, making it clear that the point of having a reserve for public transport was to smooth out the cost over a period of years so that people paid the right sort of amount over the space of 10 years or 20 years or whatever. It's ended up with this idea that there's a reserve and that it's all right if there's money in the reserve, you can just pluck it out of here and pay the bus drivers more and have more this, that and the other thing. You don't need to pay for it because it comes out of reserves. I don't think that's a useful thing for us to be telling the community, because it isn't now, it isn't any reserves anyway, it's just an overdraft, it's borrowing. And the effect of that, the targeted rates are targeted to a geographical area because we think it's fair. So it's no sense in people in Middlemarch paying for a Dunedin City transport rate when they're not getting any public transport. That would not be fair. That's why we have a targeted rate. If, however, we borrow money and we're not actually smoothing it over years like a reserve might provide for us, what we're doing is not fair, because it's saying the people today get the service and the people tomorrow get to pay for it. So just like it's not fair to charge Middlemarch for Dunedin's buses, it's not fair to charge the people later for the current people's buses. And so I would like some of those words to change so that was more clear that we're not funding something from a target, from a reserve. We're funding it from what amounts to we're borrowing money to do something now, and the people in the future will have to pay more who aren't the people who are currently using the service. Anyway, I'm just inviting our people to, in a communication sense, to have a look at that and see whether they can change the words to help people understand that that's the choice we make. There isn't a reserve that we can dip into. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, and what I can recall of the 10-year plan, when the reserves become, when the deficit is fully paid back, the line item in the budget, it becomes a bracketed number. So it goes from essentially being in a deficit and then bracketed to say that it is then in funds, if that makes sense. So I think your point is around identifying for the next how many years it is that those reserves associated with passenger transport are in deficit, and so some language around there to inform the community if they're going to be involved in submitting through this process.
That we've borrowed money, and it would help the councillors too, because we get papers in front of us saying, how will you pay for it? And the answer is through the reserve. And that makes us feel, oh, well, it's all right, you know, we can pay for it through reserves. We can't. And that confuses us that we think there's money somewhere that we're using too.
You've got that covered off, Nick. Yep. Thank you. Michael Laws, and then Michael Deaker.
A couple of questions. I get, just to explain to whoever might be answering this question, I get my...
Put your mic on.
I get my council agenda in the mail, printed. It's very useful, and thank you for that. But I've been looking for a list of the stakeholders. Oh, it's in here. It's in this one here. Okay. And I was going to ask a question of our, here we go. Going to ask a question of our communications team. Given everything that we're about to talk about, I'm assuming that if I pay rates to the Otago Regional Councillor, I'm a stakeholder. Yeah?
You're not a selected stakeholder.
No, but I'm a stakeholder. In fact, I've probably got the biggest stake of everybody in the Otago Regional Council, because I'm a ratepayer, and then I elect the representatives from my community to represent me for the next 3 years. I've never enjoyed... Now, the question I'm asking is, in some ways we've got this conversation but round the wrong way, Andrew. We should be going to this conversation after we have the conversation about what does our plan look like now, after we want to have a chat about this. And then we should move into the communications. And I'm wondering if it would be okay to put this conversation to the end of that discussion, because there are a lot of questions that I'd be having about this communications plan, and a lot of criticism if we were going to change the process. And I don't think this is now fit for purpose. So my problem is, how do I address that now that I think this is not fit for purpose, and we need a philosophical question or a political discussion about what that annual plan is now going to look like, or the draft annual plan?
I think fundamentally we're in a position where we're about to trigger an annual plan process and authorise that. And my understanding is what Kevin has alluded to is that there's the possibility of having a workshop at some point further down the track to consider the annual plan. And in the meantime, we are moving forward with the current process as as we've indicated over the last few months, notwithstanding that we will be obviously looking at potential savings and obviously taking on board what our community says to us, whether they're stakeholders or individuals. So I think, as far as I'm concerned, I think you should put your cards on the table, Michael, with regards
Right,
to with the context. I think we all around the table know where the tension is in terms of the 18%, but we also know that we've got a time frame to meet, a statutory time frame, and we know that with what's been presented today, there's X amount of work that's gone on based on the principle that we were trucking on. However, let's not jump to any conclusions and say, we're going to change everything today, because I think there's a couple of steps to happen before that can come into play.
Okay, well then I guess I would ask our comms team, given that this is an incredibly restricted number of stakeholders that we intend to have a discussion with, why aren't community boards on that list?
Is that a question?
That's the first question.
Probably David, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's I guess when you're having targeted engagement, you're inferring that you're going to give the time and resource to have that discussion and to do discussion. And so what we've done is we've run through the criteria there, and it is in the paper there, around the breadth and extent of the stakeholders' interests, looking at the plan as an entirety, having a discussion around, okay, given the overall rates increase, what do you think are priorities? What are you doing that we need to be aware of, and starting to build a discussion into the long-term plan. Now, if we were to include community boards, catchment groups, etc., that would really broaden the number of discussions we're having. And given the stakeholders are quite facing their own workloads, that would be a tricky thing to do, and we wouldn't be able to do it as well. So it is worth pointing out that if you're a community board or a catchment group, you can still jump on and provide feedback through the online survey. You can still jump on the phone and talk to your local councillor. And once we've been through this engagement process, we will review it, look at who we should have included, and then build into the next year.
Yes, so what I'm hearing from you is that we've got a long-term plan process. We're not flexible enough to change it. We're going into an annual plan now. Russia invaded the Ukraine. A day after, in actual fact, the Finance Committee approved the draft annual plan. So we can't change this communication process to recognise reality and the fundamental differences that are now prevalent in our community. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Excuse me, Chair. I would like to
Thanks, Sarah.
respond, please, on David's behalf. I don't think that's what you're hearing from us at all. We have said that we understand it's your decision. We have been working up until now on the decisions that you had already made and guided us upon. This is the point that we expected to be at today. Now, we've just learnt from Councillor Malcolm and through some emails over the last 24 hours that there might be a shift in thinking. All we've done is flag that we don't know what the impact of that will be, but we are, of course, working to statutory timeframes, and we are all required to meet certain requirements under law. So, for example, if we change what we're doing a whole lot, then it's not an annual plan process necessarily. It could be a variation to our LTP, and that is a significantly greater process than what we had planned and understood you wanted to undertake this year. That is all we're saying. And in terms of the stakeholders that we have identified, it is a targeted matter. Now, if there are others that you think should be involved, we're happy to have the feedback. But you did ask us to go away and you approved, I think on the 23rd of January, that we would undertake targeted stakeholder engagement. That's what we've brought back to you.
Yeah, but I guess the answer to that question is, but I didn't know that you were going to confine it to 12 and exclude community boards from that. So that's why I'm raising it today.
Yeah, okay. So I think Sarah, but clearly the answer from David is around.
Yeah, the answer is around staff convenience. And that's not an answer.
No, but it doesn't preclude any organisation or any stakeholder group organising a submission and going through the online You'll Say process, for example. So that's you, Michael?
That was the first question. The second question was,
Good try.
well, this is an important thing.
No, you've got the floor. So.
The definition of targeted stakeholders, again, I come back to this issue. Are ratepayers not targeted? Why do we not consider that the people who actually pay the rates should be consulted on how their dollars are spent? Because I'm looking at this list of 12 and I'm thinking, there wouldn't be an awful lot of serious ratepayers there in comparison. There would be some people in our community who are paying literally tens of thousands of dollars in rates. But they're not going to be on this list either. Don't we have a broader definition of stakeholders to mean those who actually pay the rates?
So I think that's another question for David, but can I just frame it up based on what was said before, I think by Rebecca, or Mike, where everybody who was involved in the 21-31 long-term plan process will receive a note advising of this process. Am I right there?
Yeah, there is that's correct. Sorry, there is a group from last year's long-term plan who won't have the one-to-one conversations with staff, but that will receive that targeted email that I shared with you, and then the remaining ratepayers around the region, including tier 1 and tier 2 stakeholders, will also receive. They will see printed advertising and digital advertising that's targeted to people around the region.
Thank you.
I think the key point there is it's not just limited to the 12 partners and stakeholders. There's a second tier that are getting personalised letters that Rebecca and David are referring to, that invites them into the process. And then council has discretion to talk to anybody in this process. And I think the key point with what the work that David's focusing on is that we are building a process that this council hasn't necessarily done that well or could do better for our next LTP. And the points that you're raising, Michael, around how we might choose to partner up with specific meetings from the get-go, it might be refined. But the point is we've got to start somewhere, and don't lose sight of that second tier. And as Rebecca has just said, that includes everybody in terms of key partnering organisations, those that are resourced to make a difference, those that have a direct interest in our work programs in terms of the work they might do or the way they might contribute, they're in there.
So through the chair, I'd just add to that as well. I think two points in addition to Mike's points. Firstly, there is project-specific engagement. So if you've got specific stakeholders who are focused on a specific issue, there will be engagement over those specific projects between ORC and the stakeholders within those projects. So this is the annual plan as an entirety, not just a specific project. The second is that referring to some of the stakeholders Councillor Laws mentioned, for want of a better term, these are umbrella groups. These are groups who
I think David might have frozen there.
Rebecca, did you want to make any comment just to finish off that segment?
Sorry, I think it's probably best for David to continue that one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot. Okay, any other queries, Michael?
No,
You're good. Okay, Michael Deaker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think the staff, particularly David and Rebecca, and of course the comments made by Nick and Sarah too, the staff have done what we asked them to do, and I think they've done it admirably well. I am impressed with the thoroughness of the targeted engagement they plan to do. But my question is to David, Rebecca, and those who are going to be looking after the have your say feedback that we get, and I'm hoping that we get a mountainous amount of it. How quickly will they be able to inform us of what our ratepayers think of this proposed annual plan? I'm asking that question in the light of, for example, just a few hours ago, one of our leading banks, ASB, came out with the finding that this year New Zealand households will have to find an extra $150, and that's not per year. It's not $150 per month. It's $150 per week to meet their costs. Now, that's the context in which we're consulting, and that is, I believe, going to be a trigger for getting a very large amount of feedback through the On Your Say process, which our staff will need to analyse and feed back to us as quickly as possible. What does as quickly as possible mean? When will we start getting information? I heard Kevin suggesting a councillor workshop. I don't like that idea at all. This discussion has to be done fully in public through the line of special meetings or whatever. But if we are to be informed, as we must be before we have a special council meeting, a special meeting of finance committee, or whatever the decision-making process is, when will we have enough information from Have Your Say to be able to make good decisions? Clearly, it's my opinion, and I've stated it to all my colleagues, that 18.1% is just obscene, given the context in which we're all living, whether we be wage and salary earners or whether we people who are in the productive sector and have the costs of production going through the ceiling. So there's my question, Mr. Chairman. Through Have Your Say, when will we start to get good information to make a decision either to confirm the 18.1, which I think is incredibly unlikely, or to come up with some process which the staff can manage to reduce that general rate intake? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mike, are you happy to answer that question?
I can answer the first bit of it, which is how quickly we can get information back to councillors. So that the consultation engagement is proposed to finish on the 29th of April. And typically there's a flurry of feedback in the last sort of 3 days, that last week. But I'd propose to get to drip feed councillors informally via email to you all around the feedback that is coming in, and just to keep you kind of posted. And probably the first more fulsome sort of informal feedback would be by 6 May on the Friday. So I'd need, close off would be the Friday, and by the following Friday I'd have it, that first sort of cut of analysis that would give you a really good feel for that singular issue that you're talking about, Councillor Deaker. And then obviously we get into the formal side of it, which is, having an agenda prepared for you. But by then you would be prepared. You would know what way the public was landing on that particular issue.
Just to add to Mike's point through the chair, I think it's important that for those targeted engagement processes, we are asking them to look at the plan, have some internal discussion around and some analysis around what their position will be, given that new reality the council's referring to as well. So there may be a bit of delay between us contacting them and them being able to come back to us with an informed perspective on some of these areas. And that includes some of the detailed discussion around, okay, you don't want 18.1%. What do you want to cut and what do we need to retain, so we can have that, provide that more detailed feedback to the council.
That's our job. That's not.
Thank you, Mike and David. Those are both excellent answers.
Hilary.
I think we've sort of ended up going round in that circle, and we're just going to have to talk about the. I like Kate's suggestion that we leave. Well, I don't know whether she means leave the rest of it alone mostly, but put in the chairman's comment that goes out with this that we are going to attempt to reduce the increase below 10 if we can. We're looking at that. So that it's a comment from you saying that's what we're hoping to do during this process, which will flavour people's responses. But I'm concerned about even apart from the name, the idea of tier 2 stakeholders doesn't mean a thing to anybody. It's a sort of this weird way of describing a group of people. Even stakeholders, I never know what they mean. But in this case, if the major thought at the moment is that we're trying to do what we can for, and this is only, we're suggesting a limit of possibly only a 10% increase. So this is even beyond the rate of inflation or something increase already. So it's more than covers the business as usual that we've been doing. So, but these so-called, as it were, stakeholders, why are they going to be turkeys organising Christmas? And it's worse than that, because these stakeholders, if we don't put our rates up, might themselves have to cover some of the things that we would do if we put our rates up. So they have every reason to want us to be the bad people who put the rates up rather than them. And by that I include territorial authorities, I include any government-related entities, anybody who takes a fee like Fish and Game from people out there, and if they don't take more money from licensing fees, then they'd take less if we do more for the rivers and things, and so they don't have to do so much. So for the most part, these stakeholders are people in whose interests it is for us to put the rates up further. So if we start by asking them, we're already screwing the scrum.
Totally
I
agree.
mean,
Totally agree.
so to me, you start by saying to the people who are paying the rates, what do you think? And then you would ask if you want to ask these people, say, that's what the people want to do, bearing in mind that that's the people's thought, that maybe a 10% increase is more than enough. What would you suggest? I mean, they're welcome to suggest what we don't do that they would have liked us to do before. But apart from that, we're doing it the wrong way about possibly.
Gary, then Kate, and then Kevin. And then can we wrap it up? I'm looking to you, Kevin, to perhaps move the motions, and if there's any additional, I'm thinking if it's, the language in the intro from the chair or whatever, pick up on that. Gary.
Yep. Look, I
Are
totally
we
agree
in
with-
debate or we're still in question time, Mr. Chair?
We're actually in question time.
So,
Nothing's been moved.
So when you say wrap it up, do you mean wrap up the questions or wrap up the debate?
Yes, I do. Wrap up the questions and then something will be moved, and I've suggested Kevin will move something.
Thank you.
Gary.
Thank you. Totally agree with the previous speaker. For me, the question is totally around, do you want this to go out to the community with the support of councillors and the support of staff? Because at the moment, it doesn't appear to have the support of councillors. It certainly doesn't have the support of me. Things have changed monumentally in the past 3 or 4 weeks. I am hearing daily of some very challenging situations out there now across the board It's not just in certain sectors, it is everywhere. And it is, I think we're shaping up for an incredibly tough year this year before things start to become in any way slightly better. And who knows what will happen offshore, who knows what's going to happen health-wise. I would hope that our organisation would be flexible enough to be able to say, if there is a will to change this, then we will have to look to a way. So I suppose my question, because this is question time, is around, well, do we or do staff want this to be going out where councillors will then be openly criticising it and requesting that there be substantial reductions, because that's what councillors will be intending? It makes it look like a very disorganised direction to me. So I suppose, sorry, that is almost a statement in question time, but that is a question.
Yeah. Hey, look, picking up on what Sarah alluded to before, at the end of the day, it will be the council that approves this process, this first step, and then eventually, obviously, the annual plan. So I think, from the staff perspective, what they're saying is that there's a statutory timeframe to meet. We're at the sort of the business end of this first step, which is about to be triggered 28th of March, and they're looking for authorisation of triggering the engagement process. So with that in mind, the staff aren't saying let's not consider savings going forward, but what they're saying is that we need to be mindful of the time frame and our statutory requirements, etc. But they just need to know so they can get on with the job. We can make a decision at a later date in terms of what it actually looks like in terms of a rate increase for the 22-23 year. So I'm sure we can run these things parallel. I can't see a problem with that, but I think it just needs to be managed in a way so you go out for genuine consultation rather than going out and saying have a preconceived view before we even start consultation. And I think, in fairness to the councillors who have raised the issue around the table, the world has changed, and no one would argue with that point. And it's a valid discussion to have at this point. But all I'm trying to say, I think we can run these processes together. They're not exclusive to each other. I'm not sure whether I've answered your question, but I think that's the vibe that I'm getting.
I mean, can I just raise this as a sort of a point of order? I'm sorry to do it, but let's just say we go out with the current plan, with your 4 words saying, listen, we know it's going to be tough, we blah, 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 we actually think we're going to try and get a lot of savings and things like that. Then we're not actually consulting on what the plan is, because the plan is what we've decided that we're going to cut. And Kevin's view about a workshop and Michael's view that it should be in public or something like that is probably, I would have thought, the way to go and do it as quick as possible, because then we can have a not just robust, Andrew, but a credible consultation process. It's not credible consulting on a document that you're actually disavowing with your chairman's introduction. And given that we're going to spend the 18% increase over these areas, which is what we're consulting on, it makes the whole consultation process a sham when you've got no intention of doing that. And I think, listen, for God's sake, this is why we got elected. Why don't we actually have the discussion now? I mean, I don't care when it happens today, next week, whatever, but have that discussion now on the kind of changes that we see. Nick's alerted. Nick's had that conversation with Kevin. I'm sure he's an intelligent man. I'm sure he's given a good deal of thought to it already. I'm sure the chief executive has as well.
So question?
I'm asking, can we put this to one side and have that discussion first about what the draft annual plan is actually going to look like? Not this one, which the vast majority of us would seem to think is not fit for purpose. And boy, I think legally we get into a bit of strife just quietly, putting out a document that we know is invalid. We're consulting on a document that we know is not going to be the document we end up with. That, I'm sure, would be illegal.
I'm not sure what I can say to satisfy your views, but I'll stick to the line that I can't see why we can't run a parallel system or processes where we meet our statutory obligations, we trigger consultation. There's some modification in the chair's language in terms of the introduction of the document, and you know, we're having this discussion in public today, and you know, we've got nothing to hide other than what we're trying to do is find a palatable way forward, you know, in light of, you know, a changing economic climate. So yep, we're elected to make these decisions, and we will find a way forward. So I'm looking.
I think, excuse me a wee minute, I think a point of order.
Well, I wasn't sure whether it was actual point of order. He started off.
He said it was a point of order and said that he thinks what we're proposing to do is illegal. With that challenge, I think that point of order needs to be dealt with in some fashion rather than just saying, oh, well, probably not. So
there are two issues that.
Well, hang on. Well, firstly, if there is it a point of order or not? Because I need to rule on it.
I'm asking you under a point of order, is consulting on a plan that you know is not going to be the plan legal or illegal under the public consultation rules? No, this is more than that.
But we're going through a process that we can't predetermine the outcome, correct?
No, you're consulting on a plan in which you intend to raise rates by 18%, and this is how you intend to do it.
Yeah, this is not about smoke and mirrors. Sorry. This every time we go through an annual plan process. So, okay, I need to rule on the point of order. In my view, I don't believe it's a point of order. I don't think we're doing anything legally wrong. I think what we're trying to do, we've got one ear listening to our community. We've got another ear listening to, you know, staff's report that's in front of us today, knowing that there are certain decisions we need to make today. And I think we're just trying to, in a very genuine sense, trying to find a way forward here. So that's my ruling on the point of order. It's not a point of order. So moving on, I think it was Kate next, and then Brian, and then Kevin. Okay, sorry, Kate.
Oh, thank you, Lou. I'd like to thank the staff for doing exactly what we've asked them to do, and they've prepared it as they have. I'm not going to go into the comms piece.
Question?
It is a question. What I do get slightly concerned about is us hanging on the basis of what we say is an average total rates increase. I would love to know, and does anyone know what is the biggest rates increase and who those people are and whether they get to specifically being consulted with? Is there anyone getting a much more substantial rates rise, targeted or otherwise? And who are they, if that is the case?
Question for Nick.
At this point, no, we don't. And one of the reasons is because we can't actually estimate what next year's rates will be down to that level because we haven't got the current valuation data that we need to do it. Part of that is because QLDC is still going through that process. So we could estimate it, but if we estimated it, it would be based on historic, i.e. the valuations as they are now, and those numbers would be probably quite different than what they will actually come through when we strike rates in a few months' time. But what's also interesting is that we've never done that previously where we've gone out and looked at it on that basis with an LTP or an annual plan, and then gone and specifically talked to people based on how much rates they're paying. I mean, it's quite an interesting concept if you're suggesting that's what we should do, because then you're saying whoever pays the most rates gets to make all the decisions. And I didn't think that was actually how this whole process worked. But I'm happy to be corrected if that's now where you want to go. But I don't think that's the premise of consultation and setting rates that we were aiming for.
For clarity, can I just make sure that that is absolutely not my intent? And I'm very disappointed that that has been construed out of what was a question about people's rates increasing at 18% may sound bad enough, but if I knew that there were some people whose rates were going up 40%, I would want to investigate if that is fair and affordable and reasonable in the circumstances. It may only be a small amount and that's fine. If it was thousands, I think it would be absolutely wrong for us not to have our eyes over that. And I know in other councils, they actually do that process. I totally understand Mr. Donnelly's issue here with the Queenstown Lakes, and that makes life very, very fraught. But at this level, I just want to indicate to people that if can't tell people with any more clarity that some of their rates may actually be going up by more than 18%, if it was substantial, that they may want to turn their mind to this and understand that process. I think we actually miss a trick on our engagement, and that is exactly what we should be doing a lot better. So that's not me talking to it. I just want to clarify that is not what I was saying, and I'm really disappointed that again a response has been politicised, which wasn't intended to be.
Thank you, Brian.
Cool. Thank you. There seems to be a lot of smoke, being generated around this issue. Yes, there's things going on in the world, Ukraine, COVID, and so forth, but that's not a reason for us to generate the smoke and the anxiety that seems to be going on in this meeting. It seems, if anything, to me, that we should just bed down the processes that we have confidence in. And it seems to me that the process that we're going through is a relatively standard LTP, annual plan process. We have, over time, we have put a lot of work into our LTP. We've consulted with our community. This year, we've
Brian, please.
Yeah, no, I'm coming to the question. Hey, I've had to listen for the last quarter of an hour, points of order out of nothing.
You've set them off.
No. Sorry, Brian.
And so, if you don't mind, so LTP process, annual plan process, and consultation, and unless things have changed, my understanding of the consultation process is that we listen, we take information, and we're prepared to change and modify to a certain degree our annual plan. And so my question is this a standard annual plan process that we're going through or not? And I put that to the CE.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I suppose I'm getting slightly concerned about where we're headed, because it's very difficult for me to advise you when I don't really know what it is that you are looking for. And also, I think it would be very useful, perhaps, if we just had a 5-minute break, because staff are being hit with this somewhat cold. We did think we were coming to do one thing, and we're having a discussion that leads us down a different path. I want you to have the right advice.
That's next Wednesday, so there's nothing there, and that's the Wednesday after.
Excuse me, I can hear you.
Michael, please.
I've turned it off. It keeps on turning itself on.
So anyway, I'm just thinking, could we just have an adjournment so that I can make sure we give you the right advice? Because I'm concerned that with the discussion that's been had, and Councillor Laws has raised legalities, and I think staff could do with at least 5 minutes just to check about the approach that we think is best to recommend to you in this situation.
Well, I'm happy for that to happen, Sarah. But the key thing for me is for us to find a way forward where we can run these parallel processes, the political and the staff one together, because I'm sure there's got to be a way.
Happy to move.
So
Yes, Chair, what I'm saying to you is I think there was a
Happy
risk.
to move procedural motion.
okay.
10 minutes?
No,
I'm sorry, I don't think you can do a procedural motion.
It is a procedural motion.
No, but I think you've already spoken in the debate. Or are we in debate? I don't know.
No, we're not in debate. We're in question. We're in question time.
Oh,
yeah.
So I'm happy to move that we adjourn for 5 minutes to allow staff to consider anything that's been raised up until this point during question time, and we'll reconvene we'll make it 7 minutes. We'll reconvene at 2:30.
thank you.
Stand adjourned.
In the meantime, can we have a chat?
Just hold fire, because I'm not sure whether just wait until we just hold fire.
I have to put everyone on the waiting room. So
Okay. So then can they
Nick, I'll call you.
Okay, there we go.
We've got two
Sorry,
dates.
just hold, Michael, please. I'm not sure whether we're totally.
I've just, no.
Someone, everyone here. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the. Oh, sorry. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the slight delay. I'll just go to Sarah, and would you like just to share your view with us, Sarah, in terms of the issue we have in terms of either a way forward or a position on whether we are in any way, shape or form heading down a pathway we shouldn't be heading down.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly and I have had a conversation, and I guess there are some unknowns that make it difficult to advise you outright. What our conversation is about is, for example, Councillor Calvert, in the course of the conversation this afternoon, used a below 10% figure. Now, if that's anywhere near what you're thinking, and I don't know if you are, then our advice to you would be not to go out and consult, but to take, and we'd need to do it very quickly. So we'd need you to be giving us direction by the end of next week, so that we could have a week to go and figure it out in terms of what it means for the organisation and how we might find savings. And then be in a position to come back to you with a refined plan in 2 weeks' time. So that would be our recommendation if you're thinking it's going to be, that you might be looking at a substantial decrease. If you're not looking at a substantial decrease and it's the usual tweaking around the margins that happens, normally the tweaking around the margins, sometimes we add in extra things and then take away some things to make things balance up. If it's more in that camp, then you probably could quite safely go out for consultation. So I think really it's in your court in terms of the perspective that you have about what we're actually dealing with here, whether it's a very significant decrease or whether it's small tweaks. So that's really our advice to you, is if it's anything other than small tweaks, you probably need to be sorting a position next week and holding off on consultation.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think it's fair to say it's more than small tweaks. Clearly, the conversation around the table has mentioned certain percentages, and they're certainly larger than small tweaks. And I think, to be fair to say, in the email traffic as well, the general theme of those was in the larger focus on a larger reduction. To be fair, I'm just going to go to. There's just a couple of people with their hands up, and then I'm going to go to Kevin just to look for that way forward and basically just frame up what you've said, Sarah, around that 2-week period, and also giving you a clear direction of what we're essentially asking today, and also taking into account that there will be some delay with regards to the engagement process. So I'm going to go to Alexa, and then I'm going to go to Kevin.
I just wanted to say that I am not somebody that is of a mind. I'm hearing you speak as if we are one council and of one mind. I am not of a mind. I've saved my comments for the discussion piece when that comes, and I'll make my comments then. But I would just ask you, and this is my question, as I think we're still in question time, not to make statements based on all councillors or that where we're going, because we haven't yet decided where we're going, and an email discussion is not a decision on where we're going. So that's all. Thank you. I'll save my points for the next phase.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Thanks, Alexa. Kevin, are you okay to?
Yeah. Look, firstly, Sarah, look, thanks indeed for your advice. Very, very much appreciated, and thanks also for the advice to take take a step back for a couple of minutes to gather where we're at. So I think that's been very important. Look, what I want to do here, what I'd like to move is that we lay this paper on the table and reconvene and convene a finance committee meeting to review our annual plan on the 30th of March to set direction for our staff to prepare any changes that we seek within our proposed annual plan.
A seconder for that motion.
What time on the 30th of March?
Well, again, look, I'd have to take that to staff because they will know their timetables, and I'm very comfortable if our CE had a different date or time to suit staff as well. So I'll just throw that out there because I see that as a spare time. I've only got a forestry webinar, and I can give or take that one. So
could you add an on or about 30th of March?
I think in fairness, or before the 30th of March, or you're looking for some flexibility. I mean, I don't know.
No later than the 30th of March.
Something along those lines. I don't know everyone's commitments. You only know those individually, but I don't really want us to sit around here and try and sort it out now.
I agree.
But if there's some generic wording in the motion that meets the council, the staff's requirement for us to make a decision, so then they know they're clearly informed about where we're heading. And if the 30th of March is the drop dead date or the last date, let's make it by the 30th of March.
Perfect. I'm happy with that.
By the end of 30th of March.
Sorry, Chair. Can I just help you?
Please.
It will need to be a full council meeting for us to be able to have the ratified decision.
Okay, so then it lies on the table to be revisited at a special council meeting to be held by the 30th of March, date to be confirmed on or before the 30th of March.
Yep. Been seconded? Yeah, it's a procedural motion.
Procedural motion. So just checking with the mover, was there anything else at the tail end of that? So do you want to just read that out?
Okay. Lay the report on the table and set a special council meeting on or before 30th of March 2022.
Any other part of the end of that, Kevin, that you...
No, that sounds right to me.
Okay. Are you seconded by, moved by Kevin, seconded by Hillary. You're comfortable, Sarah? Yep. Speakers to the motion. It's a procedural. Oh,
yep.
I'm sorry. Because it's a procedural motion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against?
I'm against.
Do you want that noted, Alexa?
Yes, please.
Okay, motion carried by majority. Thank you for your participation, David, Rebecca, Nick, Mike, Sarah. Moving on to the next item, which is 7.2, the bylaw approval to commence consultation. This report is provided to councils for council's approval to commence public consultation on the proposed flood protection management bylaw 2022. Glasses are steaming up in accordance with the statement of proposal. And if you essentially refer to, sorry, just bear with me a sec, in terms of the purpose of the proposed bylaw, just bear with me. Oh. So the purpose of the bylaw is to manage, regulate and protect the effective operation and integrity of flood protection works owned by or under the control of council. Welcome to Michelle Mifflin, Manager Engineering, Alison Weaver, Team Leader, Commercial, Regulatory and Engineering, and of course, Gavin, Dr. Palmer, General Manager Operations. Welcome all of you. We have a number of recommendations in front of us, and what I propose is that I'll check with councillors that to see whether there's any questions with regards to the report in general, and then if we deal with that recommendation 1 and then recommendation 2, which is appointing Councillor Robertson Wilson for the hearings panel, and then we move on to the balance of the report, and we'll go back to questions and just work our way through. And the only reason for that was to give an indication to those 2 elected members that then that allows them not to partake in the discussion once we deal with 1 and 2. So questions, is there any general questions about the report overall? Brian.
Oh, mine wasn't a general question, it was a specific question.
Okay, we'll come back to you if that's okay.
No, that's fine, thank you.
7.2.
Okay, Carmen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mifflin and Dr. Palmer and the other lovely lady sitting there, Alison Weaver. I'm just wanting to reconfirm that this is about a change. It's a cycle, and we have to look at the bylaw. And one of the problems with the bylaw, I understand, is the question of how does it exist. There's the education is the key, but under the bylaw and under the education, there's awareness, isn't it? We have to communicate with authorities when we implement the bylaw. But there's another part to this too, which is the education part, and it's a pretty important piece, isn't it? It's all very well having something on your property or planting that tree along a flood bank, but you've got to be very careful what can happen when we have a flood to that tree, and the fact that can actually throw out a whole lot of pumps. And, you know, there's a lot more down the line, isn't there? And this is what this does. Am I correct? I just want to tease it out a wee bit, please.
I can lead that discussion through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Hope, for that observation questions. Yes, the bylaw, this process is a procedural process to review the bylaw to ensure that we have it in place by the 9th of August 2022. We have identified some areas that we will change in narrative and some areas of maps, which we will also be presenting in the proposed bylaw. But to answer your question, following the bylaw being accepted and being back in place, we intend to undertake a far more active campaign around bylaw purpose and make tools available on our website under the engineering section of the web page, where people can be better informed and also take a campaign of education and awareness on what the bylaw does protect and the sorts of things that people can help contribute to ensure that the integrity of flood banks and structures are maintained. I hope that helps.
I think it does. And just say is I think it's a great illustration on page 179. I think that might be one thing you might have pinched from another council, but it's a terrific visual, I think, for people or ratepayers or anybody to understand, you know, some diagrams just to help educate and get our regulations out to the public, how important it is. So great report, thank you, and terrific visual pictures. Appreciate that very much.
Thanks, Carmen. Thanks, Michelle. Hey, look, apologise. I didn't introduce Josie Burrows, who is
Yes.
the consultant with Becca, who Josie has prepared both the bylaw review report and also the memorandum dated 16th of March 2022, changes to the bylaw. So welcome, Josie. Thank you for being with us. So any other generic questions at this point before we deal with those first two motions? If not, Kevin, I'll come to you, Carmen.
Which is clause 18, to say the objectives of the, sorry, turn that on. The objectives, clause 18, the objectives of the proposed bylaw are to amend the 2012 bylaw if appropriate following review. So that's actually, those changes have actually been done, haven't they?
Yes. So, through the chair, thank you for that question. Those changes are in the proposed bylaw attached. Yeah, and there is a reason for that, showing as a marked up version, by the way.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, Carmen, you're happy to move that we receive the report and then we appoint Councillor Robertson and Wilson for the hearing panel to hear from submitters, considering all submissions received, deliberate and make recommendations to council in relation to the proposed bylaw. They'll also be joined by Alan Cubitt as well, which we'll deal with that later. But anyway, I'll put those two motions. Move Carmen, seconded Hillary. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put the motions. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Brian, back to you for your question, please.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, mine is a bit of an innocent question. It's to do with public access across the flood banks. I have touched base with Dr. Palmer prior to this meeting, but nevertheless, we'll show some perseverance. I mean, as has been said, the purpose of the bylaw is to ensure the effective operation and integrity of the council's protection works. And I was hoping, or maybe even expecting, that such a bylaw would consider public access along the works and to the waterways. Dr. Palmer tells me that it's outside of scope. So my question really is then what is the most efficient mechanism to deal with this matter? We have talked about public access and we've talked about integrated trails, cycleways, walkways. In one of the reports that Dr. Palmer refers to, it says there's opportunities to be involved in cycling and walking on flood banks. There's a recommendation that to further explore opportunities, but I'm unsure where it's actually sort of gone. I'm aware of proposals in the background to utilise the flood banks. I mean, is it efficient to actually consider those proposals one by one, or can we incorporate it in the bylaw, or can we establish a policy? That is my question.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. I'll go to Michelle.
Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair, and I can lead this discussion and then Dr. Palmer can add to it along with Ms. Weaver if needed. The reason that it's outside the scope is to have a resolution or a suggestion like that would present almost an ultra vires situation. The bylaw provides powers to protect for flood protection and control works. If we extend a scope outside of that, we're actually extending into an area where we don't have ownership over a lot of, parts of our flood banks or where our flood banks are located. We also have substantial hundreds of leases over our flood banks, and that would be a completely different process. The bylaw is quite specific to what it's providing. I think the access that you're talking about is probably relating to shared use paths and trail networks possibly is in a separate forum. And I guess I would be looking to sort of ask a question as well on what that looks like to council to sort of deal with that. But the bylaw is probably not the most appropriate mechanism to include access when it's really to protect these assets.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But my question went further than that, and I acknowledged that at the start of my statement. My question was, so what is the appropriate mechanism? Maybe that's not a fair question to you, Michelle. Maybe Dr. Palmer, whoever. And as a council, what's the most efficient mechanism to assist public access to flood banks? Is it on a one-by-one basis, or should we be establishing a policy? It wouldn't be a policy that needs to be completed tomorrow. It's something that could be done next year. There's my question.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer the question if you like.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yes, because of the range of conditions and settings we have for our flood banks, it is most appropriate to consider it on a case-by-case basis. Our policy is to not say we're opposed to any situation of a footpath or whatever being established on our flood bank, but they do require very, very careful consideration around things like how you deal with a feature that will cross land that has grazing licenses, how you deal with the fencing associated with different property parcels, whom is responsible for maintenance and perpetuity of the feature, how we deal with situations where we wish to raise the service of our flood bank, who's going to pay for removing the footpath or the walkway and maybe its replacement. So there are a lot of very site-specific issues that have to be worked through, which means we deal with it on a case-by-case basis.
And the only problem is that, all these things sort of, to the layperson, create just one big obstacle, almost insurmountable. Like establishing a policy, wouldn't that actually streamline that process?
Through Mr. Chair, no, I don't think it does. I think we have to keep this in context. We are dealing with structures that serve a very important public safety and asset protection purpose. That is their primary reason for existence, and we have to be very, very careful that we do not compromise that, which is why we have to deal with it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. So, any other questions? Oh, sorry, Hilary.
I think, Dr. Palmer, you said that our policy is, or a sentence that started something like that, and I was wondering if it would help Councillor Scott's question if the policy you were just describing was able to be provided to people. You started off by saying our policy is to look at it sort of on a case-by-case basis with the following sorts of things in mind or something. If we do have a policy of some description, could that be provided so that it would be something that Councillor Scott could refer people to and say that it's there are considerations of who owns it and what and all those things that you've just described, Dr. Palmer, so as that would leave Councillor Scott in a good position to be able to say, here's the sorts of things that our people take into account when, if there is policy there, and as I say, I think your sentence started something like our policy is, because obviously if the policy is just to deal with it on a case-by-case basis, that doesn't give anybody any idea. Whereas if we say, if there is a policy beyond that, then it would be useful to be able to provide a copy to people. And if there isn't, it would be useful to at least be able to provide a policy of what things were being taken into account or something.
Any thoughts, Kevin?
Yes, through Mr. Chair, I think that's a very good idea. I would probably go further in that one of the things we have on our work program in the current year is to develop a technical specification for what would be an acceptable form of walkway or path on the surface of a flood bank, because one of the deficiencies we find is that people are presenting us with a specification for a footpath, which might be fine as a footpath or a walkway, but doesn't meet our standards for structural integrity of the flood bank itself. So to help potential, people work up proposals and before they go too far, coming up with a specification that says if something is to be given permission for construction, these are the kind of standards we would expect the thing to meet. And so as part of that, we could include the criteria around how we make the decision on whether something is acceptable or not. The policy, if you like.
So, Gavin, do we take
Thank you.
So do we take it, Gavin, that that's something that will be worked on by staff and doesn't require any direction from governance?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it does. I've taken on board the comments around being more helpful to people around what are the criteria that we use to make decisions on whether something's acceptable or not, and we'll make sure we include that in the document.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would just appreciate if that was actually formalised as a recommendation. To simply note that Dr. Palmer in his own time will provide a policy on public access to flood bank infrastructure.
I'll come back to you and I'll get you to perhaps move the other 4 recommendations plus that new one in a moment, because I think there's another question or two. Thanks, Brian. No, you're all good. No, are there any further questions? If not, Brian, are you happy to move 3, 4, 5 and 6? And we note that Dr. Palmer has indicated that a technical investigation of the sorts of specification and standards required for public access to be
How about we just simply say a policy for public access? Is that all right, Dr. Palmer?
I think it's a policy. What I'm hearing is it's a policy around construction of walkways on ORC-owned flood banks.
Cool. There it is.
I know what you mean.
I'm happy.
Cool. Okay.
I'm happy to second that, except that if it still includes the in his own sweet time, I'd rather have a more.
Not there.
I would rather it says sort of by, August or something. I mean, not in any hurry, but with a time, such as that it turns up with an action with a time on it.
Okay.
Cool. What's a good time, Gavin? End of the year? What would you like?
Well, in the current financial year, we're working on the technical specification. It's a part of that. So it's the 30th of June, 2023.
Cool.
Excellent.
Oh, correction. Sorry, 2022. That's it. That's what we're aiming for. Yep. So just it's on our work program. It's part of it.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So number 5 is that we note that Dr. Palmer will be developing a policy around construction of walkways on ORC-owned flood banks by 30 June 2022. So you've moved that along with the other 4 recommendations, Brian, seconded by Hillary. Is there any further discussion? Gary.
I understand.
A microphone.
Sorry, I understand Councillor Scott's sympathy towards public access on these assets, and look, it's great to see where we can involve the public. We should, but we have to remember that these are assets for a critical purpose. And the more you involve the public, and the more we delve into having policy in place that may actually get the public to a point where if they meet that policy, suddenly they can have access. We must remember that there are leases involved, there is private land involved, there is all of that is in place to maintain and manage those assets as well. And there are individuals involved. So we have to be very careful around heading in a direction where we might actually make it easier for public access and have an unintended consequence for the primary purpose of these assets. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers. I'll put those 4 motions all together. 5. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried. Okay, moving on to item 7.3, which is the bus and ferry fares. Thank you very much, Michelle, Alison, Josie, and Gavin. Apologies. Moving on to item 7.3, bus and ferry fares. This report is provided for Council's decision on implementing central government's half-priced public transport fare initiative between April and June 2022. We have Gary Maloney, Principal Advisor, Transport Planning, and also Doug Rogers, Transport Manager, along with Gavin. We've got 3 recommendations there in front of us. Welcome, gentlemen. Is there anything you would like to make comment on other than don't look a gift horse in the mouth?
Mr. Chairman, I could say, yes, it's attractive at one level, but there are some implementation issues that we're flagging for council, and that's why we're bringing it to you so that you can make the decision, and in making that decision are very, very clear about some implementation issues, and we're happy to elaborate on those.
Gavin, there was a question about total mobility when the paper was written. There was unsure whether whether it was included or not. Are we any clearer at this point in time?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Loney can update you on that.
Cool. Excellent. Thank you. Gary.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, you're quite right. When we wrote the paper, there was uncertainty around total mobility. We've since had that clarified nationally, and total mobility will be part of the half price offer from government. That being the case, if you're happy, you may need to amend recommendation 2 to include total mobility.
Was there anything else you wanted to make comment on, Gary?
No, just happy to answer questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. And Doug, was there, from your perspective, anything that you wanted to mention?
No, I think the report stands on itself. I think it's a it's a very positive move. Yeah.
Thank you. Questions, Hilary, Kate, Michael Laws, and then Brian Scott.
I take it that when it says the intention is that this reduction comes at no cost to council, that if there are costs that are absolutely sheet homeable, if that were ever a word, to us implementing this, that we are looking to waka kotahi for doing those. And I'm thinking, for example, our B card system may not easily be able to do that. If there is a cost to us asking the software people to change the B card system to do that, do we have that reimbursed by the government? So I'm just asking whether we have a way of saying to the government, you told us that this would be at no cost to council. Could you reimburse us for this, please?
Through the chair, Waka Kotahi have assured us that any operational changes we have to make to meet this will be met by them, and that includes communications. We don't envisage the B-card system being an expensive issue to change to meet the need of this policy.
Kate.
That's very good.
Thank you. Kate.
Thank you. I think this may be an opportunity to see how well our B card data can reflect change, and especially with discussions coming up with the DCC and what tools that they sometimes suggest we may want to use. How accurately will we be able to record and react to any changes in demand and report on that, even down to separate routes, or will we not be able to with the B card system?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no. So the in-it ticketing system is not elegant enough to give you the kind of real time or even close information around what's happening on that route. We will have
No, sorry, I didn't want real time. I didn't say real
no,
time.
sorry,
I meant
but what I
flexible.
mean,
Oh,
yeah, I understand what you're saying, Councillor.
yeah.
So we get access to today's data tomorrow, but the suite of reporting tools behind that are not sufficient so that tomorrow I could say to you, this was the impact on these routes. The recommendations are about, we're not providing extra capacity. The reality is you will have extra people riding, and you've got some services that are at capacity now. We talked about that when we talked about school buses, and so we will leave some people behind. The ticketing system will be as accurate as people using their B cards.
So can I just clear that out, because I think, sorry, I just want to clear that out. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask some dumb questions possibly. But when we rolled out the B card, I thought we'd had questions about how sensitive the data was. Will I be able to see at a route by route, or even at a bus trip by bus trip, if I wanted to, and could we ask you for that, to see that, say the Normandy to St Clair route increased service during weekdays because of this, or not? We won't even be able to see that.
Through Mr. Chairman, yes, we can, but it takes a fair amount of work behind the scenes because the reporting tools are not at a stage that I can easily generate that. It requires staff exporting the data out of the system and working with it to be able to do that. We can certainly provide that data, but it won't be, as I said, tried to indicate, we'll have the data for today's trips tomorrow that we can access, but I couldn't provide you that detail tomorrow. It would take some time to do that.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Brian.
Oh, thank you. I've got two questions. The first one is just to make sure that I'm talking about the right report. We're talking about halving bus fares, boat fares from 1st April to 30th of June as paid by government, yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
Good, cool, thank you. So when will we be in a position, like in terms of ticketing and all our systems, like are we able to be all systems go for 1st of April, or is it a later date?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we are tracking to be able to go live on the 1st of April if you make
Excellent.
that decision today.
Excellent, well done, thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair, my second question is just, in relation to the reality of the COVID situation with adverse patronages and all this type of thing. What are you actually anticipating is actually going to happen? Will there be a reluctance to everybody to get onto these buses, or what's actually anticipated? I see some data in there. Yeah. What are we planning for?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So normally you reduce fares, you get extra people riding. It may be they're riding because it's, hey, I can just go and grab a coffee, as opposed to it replaces a current mode that they're using. So we will get extra people riding. What we've put in the report is, using the common kind of demand elasticities, you're effectively reducing fares by 50%. And so you'd expect in response,
18%.
Somewhere about a 17 or 18% increase in patronage.
Yeah. Wow. Increase.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's, we're one of the few bus services in Dunedin in the country that we're not far off our pre-COVID patronage. And so you try and add 18% extra to that, and suddenly we've got some issues around capacity worse than we had flagged in the school paper a couple of weeks ago.
Cool. Hey, thank you, and the best of British. Thank you for getting focused for 1st of April. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Alexa.
Kia ora. Just wondering, carrying on with that discussion about induced travel as opposed to diversion of motorists to public transport. Do we have any way of testing this now we've got this wee opportunity? Are we able to think about whether we do actually manage to get a diversion?
So, I mean, we could, although we haven't budgeted, we could do some survey work over the 3-month period. You'd probably want to put that to a proper market research company to do that to ensure it was robust. The literature, though, indicates where, you know, it's just reducing price like that without anything else. It's not necessarily delivering particular outcomes other than you'll just get extra patronage.
Okay, I've seen that literature, but I still wonder if this is something we can test. And you've just said the magic words, it's not budgeted. So the answer is no, thank you for that. The next thing is if it stimulates demand for whatever reason, either induced or otherwise, do we benefit from added fare revenue?
No, because it'd be
It's a good question, Councillor. I can't say yes or no. We haven't worked out the details with the agency. If, for example, we pop over 100% of where we were pre-COVID, whether actually we're better off. I'd like to think we are, but yeah, the agency usually.
Oh, they usually try and grab it back, do they?
They'd want to share the benefit.
Okay, because I'm just thinking if we're charging, if they're giving us straight $1 for every person that we get $1 from, there is an opportunity to have more revenue if we stimulate demand. But if they are wanting to share that, that's different things. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Yeah, thanks, Alexa. Kate.
Sorry, just a question. Are there any now, and I just want a clarification, are there any other Dunedin or Queenstown bus or ferry services running? It's only in light of resolution 2 and whether we actually have to be very clear that this is PT, not buses or ferry services.
So the agency's been quite clear. It's services contracted by public transport authorities. It's not exempt services. So, for example, it wouldn't apply to your intercity type services. It wouldn't apply to commercial passenger ferry services.
Yep. So can I just, it's only about resolution 2 and I'm being a complete pedant, sorry, but I think we need to put the words public transport in there. Would that, just for clarification?
Yes, that would certainly work for me.
Thank you.
And does that not include school bus
if there are any
services? Because aren't there some school buses that still are taking people who aren't free?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So it will cover all the bus services that we contract for. And so that will include some of the overflow school buses that we put into service for term 1. It won't cover ministry services. So they're still,
So that's why, the messaging.
Thanks, Kate. Michael, Laws.
There's an old aphorism that goes something along the lines of beware of a Greek bearing gifts. And I'm interested in this because you've actually raised it in your report. I'm surprised there aren't any questions around it. And that is particularly that the implementation committee has already decided to reduce the number of bus services because of bus drivers. So you're expecting a 17 to 18% increase in patronage for the months April, May and June. I'm interested, the first question I've got is, do we actually have the capacity to be able to absorb a 17 to 18% increase in patronage, particularly at areas or at times of high demand? That's the first question.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the challenge is, of course, we don't know where that extra patronage or when that extra patronage may travel. If they all decide to travel in the peaks, then certainly we will have more demand than we have capacity to cope with that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add.
Yeah, go, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to what Mr. Maloney has said, it would seem that this is increasing the likelihood of having to bring forward those triggers that you discussed 2 weeks ago around scaling back services to try and match supply and demand.
I was under the impression, reading your report, Gavin, that if we do approve this today, you will start scaling back services prior to it commencing. In other words, to ensure that they happen at the same time. Is that correct?
I think, Mr. Maloney, do you want to comment on that timing issue?
I'll read it to you. It's paragraph 22. To manage capacity and financial risks, staff recommend that if half fares are implemented, it is under the constraints of the current vessel fleets. That is, council will not attempt to introduce extra capacity in response to excess demand. That means some customers are left at stops to await the next service. That's your understanding?
Yeah, what I was trying to communicate is if we're operating X buses today and tomorrow the half price fares went into place and suddenly we had 18% extra passengers, 18% extra patronage, we wouldn't be going and adding X+1 buses to try and cope with that. Clearly, if we get into the stage where the services are much more impacted by the pandemic than they are now, and we have to go to that reduced timetable that you signed off on, then potentially it makes the issue about capacity greater.
Yeah, no, I see a problem, and it's good of you to alert it to that, but there is a potential, as I'm sure aware, to disappoint public demand, isn't there? And for us to compromise the promotion of bus services, in particular in Queenstown and Dunedin.
The conundrum was whether you had that response from the public as a whole now, or potentially a smaller group if the capacity issue did crop up through the 3 months that we may have half fares.
You've also flagged another issue, and that's my second question, Mr. Chairman. It's on the same bullet point 24, the last one. And that is that there's a danger here that by reducing the bus fares for 3 months, that the expectation will be that it continues past the 30th of June. And I think what you're flagging is that you're likely to see a decline in patronage from the 30th of June if you go back to raising bus fares by what would effectively be 100%.
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, so there is a risk that 30th of June they go back to $2 or something higher, that you will see a reduction in the patronage that we had in the last 3 months. It's challenging to say whether that would be reduced patronage to less than we're getting now, or whether it would be less than we got through the higher 3 month period. But you'd expect a patronage. Yeah, you'd expect a patronage kind of drop initially.
Yeah. No, good on you. Thank you.
Hilary, our question is it? And yep, sorry.
This seems to me following on from Councillor Law's comment about Greeks. I'm not sure they're all Greek, but and I'm not sure they're gifts for us. However, the question is, for our comms people, this is going to be really a difficult thing to sell for our comms people. And I'm concerned that if we don't sell it well and make it clear who's responsible for what part of this, then we're going to be blamed for things that weren't what we did. So that if we're going to say, isn't it wonderful that the government's provided this, then we need to be careful how we do that. Or if we're going to say, it's going to be really difficult for us not to find ourselves in a position where we say all the good news is Jacinda's and all the bad news is us. So I'm really concerned at the optics about what happens with this comms. So how do we deal with that? Is that so? The question is really what message will we be trying to achieve there, knowing those challenges that are coming?
Your call, I think, Gary, or
through the chair, Councillor.
Sorry, Doug.
We have discussed this at length with Waka Kotahi, and the messaging really needs to be focused on it's half price. It's not necessarily a message we're saying where everybody climb on a bus, and that's been a nationwide sort of theme that capacities are at there. They're starting to pop, and the increases that we get from fare reductions, we need to be able to manage it. So it's not so much we need messaging on everyone get on, it's a message that we're reducing the price and making your experience better that way. There will need to be quite nuanced comms on this. I absolutely agree. So we have to be careful.
Good luck. Thank you.
Carmen.
Thank you. I think Councillor Kilbert really asked my question. It's just a shame. I think about all the places like Belclutha, Oamaru, and places that just don't have total mobility, where it would have been just absolute icing on the cake. It's such a shame. But I do agree. I think the comms is going to be really important. We've got to stress this to school people again. We've already seen this slight debacle before. Yet it's beyond our control, but it has to be top. So I'm sure you'll do us great. Thanks, Mr. Rogers, on the comms.
Thanks, Carmen. Kevin, and then we'll wrap it up.
I just see this putting us further into deficit in a system that it'll be really good to have this talk with Dunedin tomorrow. And I don't think it's anything to do with our good staff here, but buses in Dunedin are, they're abysmal, really. The service, we're doing our very best to run a good service, but everything around the system, the number of people, the incentives to bring your car into the town, all that sort of stuff has got to be rechanged. Look, we've got to run with this. Some very good figures around it. The report's really good, but we just need to add, if I could get Di to add into, where do we got to add that? We've got to add in that it includes the other part of the service, the total mobility.
It's approved. Covered. It's covered.
Approves reduction total mobility fares by 50% is the last part. So I'm happy to move all recommendations.
Awesome, thank you. And Kate's point about public transport featuring in recommendation 2 after
absolutely
after ferry.
That are public transport.
Yep. Okay, so you moved that, Kevin.
Yep.
Those 3 with those amendments. Second, sorry, 4. Big, or you incorporated into 3.
So approves reducing total mobility to Dunedin and Queenstown bus and Queenstown ferry public transport fares by 50%. So we've just added it in.
So so just the 3 recommendations moved by Kevin, seconded by Carmen. Is there any discussion?
Yes,
if not, sorry, Michael Deaker.
Yeah, I was my ears pricked up when Kevin described our current provision of PT as abysmal. And I wonder what he's basing that on. Is he basing it on his own personal experience? Is he basing it on statistics? I strongly disagree.
Good as gold. That's debate. So thank you.
Do I get a right to reply to that?
Yes, you do. Funny enough, cool. you did move them. I wasn't going to give it to you, but you're
right. Councillor Deaker, what I did say, I said that I think our staff are doing the very, very best. The problem is Dunedin itself. Dunedin, and talking to transport experts from throughout the country who advised me on this particular, the shape of Dunedin, the makeup of Dunedin, the people of Dunedin, and the way our whole centre city is structured. It's very, very difficult to run a service that's going to continually attract people. And until we fix those key matrices, we're not going to we're not going to attract more people to the bus. Simple as that. You sit in Sawyers Bay and want to go to Mitre 10 out south Dunedin. How do you do it? Simple. You can't. So, and it's the shape of the town, it's the shape of our whole thing. So there's a lot of things we've actually got to change, and it's nothing to do with our staff, but it's cooperation between the two main entities to get all those key parts together and working correctly. So it's a tough situation. We're losing money hand over fist on it.
You go to the bus hub.
Thanks, Kevin. That's your right of reply. I'll put those 3 recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Doug, Gavin, Gary. Much appreciated. Moving on to 7.4 National Environmental Standards Drinking Water submission that has been submitted early March, I think it was 4th of March. Having moved Kate, seconded Carmen. Thank you, Anita, for bringing this, and congratulations on your acting manager policy and planning role. I'm not sure whether Warren is with us. Acting general manager. Sorry, policy and planning. I'm not sure whether Warren is with us, but pass on thanks to him. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Signal by Carmen. Discussion. Gary.
Yep. Look, I understand the direction. I remain really worried on behalf of our Otago constituents on where this is heading. I think Otago is quite unique in comparison to other areas around its wells and bores and domestic systems. The fact that we may be moving towards having to massively change many of them, the ones that are buried in the ground, purely because that's practical. That's where they don't get frozen and frosted. They have systems in place so that they don't get contaminated when they're buried in the ground. So the direction around this remains very concerning to me. Also, the fact that we may be heading in a direction towards treatment at the source is that, and the changing of well and bore heads is going to be massive cost across thousands and thousands of these types of infrastructure that the people will have to suffer, and they're not getting sick from it at the moment. So what we might be trying to save into the future is not there shown to me to be a risk at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Carmen.
I do concur with what Councillor Keller has said, and I wonder, in some ways, we've requested and put our hand up to be a pilot scheme. We could possibly incorporate his concerns in that, and I think that's something we really need to build on. So I just want to flag that, and I'm sure Ms. Dawes will be also eager to do that as well. So I'd just like to add that and concur with Councillor Kelleher.
So through you, Chair, if I could just clarify, there's no pilot scheme set up. We've just suggested perhaps because of the costs and the implications that they might like to trial one, and given that our land and water plan is going to be the first cab off the rank, that we won't be the best place to do it. I would anticipate if they did take that option up, and there's absolutely no guarantee they will, that some of those issues that Councillor Kelleher referred to would be exactly the sorts of things that we'd be trying to work through in terms of you know, the intent of the NES is to protect drinking water, and there could be multiple ways of doing that around the different sorts of infrastructure set up.
Excellent. Are there any further speakers? Kate, then Michael Laws.
I think I asked this question when we noted or had the discussion. Is this a submission that's being spoken to? It is. I'm sorry, I know I've moved it, and I just want to clarify. Is this one that we haven't got Gwyneth here now to speak to it? It's her submission. Is it one that we get to speak to the submission? Because I'm really happy for staff to do it with Gary, because I think Gary does understand those issues really well.
From recollection, the answer is no to that at the workshop.
So thank you. I couldn't recall.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Oh, sorry, Michael Laws.
in item 12 here, we are on clause 12 of this particular paper. We are supporting in principle the need for a revised NSCW so that it protects more water supplies from a greater range of activities. Can I just say that Three Waters was started up not because of the failure of individual rural water suppliers, but because of the negligence and uselessness of TAs and now currently regional councillors. The three big issues were, of course, Havelock North. That was caused by a territorial authority failing in its duty. And the Wellington sewage, which is leaked out into the bays and in the rivers, is also caused by the failure of both TAs and the regional council in that case. And now the latest one, which is the Wellington fluoridation scandal, at which they have, interestingly, Mr. Chairman, called for an independent inquiry and got one into the actions of staff, in actual fact has been caused by or is under the purview of the Wellington Regional Council. In other words, show me the problem and then you provide the solution. And I am not convinced that in central Otago, in our neck of the woods, there is a problem with drinking water coming from private bores. But the solution is going to be imposed upon them all and a dramatic and drastic cost. This is yet again another central government bullying of people who don't actually create the problem. The problem here is being created by TAs and the inefficiency of a few regional councils. Certainly hasn't been concerned with those. So although the staff might be in submission of this, I think the unfair consequences of this visited upon the rural areas. These people have been doing their own job. Of course they have. Why? Because they drink the bloody stuff. Oddly enough, you don't want to poison yourself. It just seems part of human nature not to do that. So I'm yet again, I just want to flag that I'm not in support of this in principle. I think they've unfairly misallocated and misrepresented the problem. And the problem lies much closer to home, and that should have been the solution. So just wanted to flag that because it's just more and more central government misidentifying the problem.
Are there any further speakers? Sarah, did you, no. So did you have something? You
I'm
got your hand
sorry.
up, Sarah?
I don't know if are you in debate? Because it's not clear to me.
Yes, we are.
Oh, well then it's fine.
Okay.
I was just going to respond to Councillor Laws, but it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Look, yeah, I'll come back. I'll just come back to you. Look, my only comments are that what I've heard today is very similar to what we heard at the workshop when we raised issues associated with the formulating of a submission to the NES drinking water, and paragraph 15 picks up on those key points that have been mentioned here again. So thank you for that. Kate, you'll write a reply.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff for doing this work. This is a really difficult one, and I just want to say it's not just other places that have this issue. I have, on behalf of residents of Middlemarch, which gets bore water, asked both the DCC and the ORC to protect it. Neither of them would act. One said they were dependent on the other to act. The ORC didn't want to put the money in to understand the issue. This is a long time ago, not critical of current staff. That is unprotected water, and the township just has to take what it gets because it cannot protect the land use and what people might do above it. It is a problem that's systemic when we've got beautiful water that you can get cheaply and freely from the ground, where it doesn't rain often to get it off your roof or from rivers. And so it is a fraught one. The effects are equally bad. And as someone whose family suffers from exactly the same consequences, I do think it's something we have to raise up as something that needs to be protected. But I totally support the submission that says we have to understand what the costs are before we go for change. So thank you for the staff for understanding a really complex issue. It's really complex in Otago because of the diversity But I think that they've fairly represented the views from across the area of how difficult this would be to do. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the two recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Do you want that recorded? No. Okay. Hey, well, I'm going to suggest we have a 15-minute break, reconvene at 5 to 4. So we stand adjourned. Thank you.
We're live.
We're live. God, where are we? Jason, my glasses are steaming up. Okay. Right, if you like, take your seats, everybody. The council meeting is now reconvened. We're now on item 7.5, the 6 monthly update to the Minister. This is the report that's provided by council to the Minister. And this is the 5th progress report. The report's attached to the document. We've got Anita with us, the Acting General Manager, Policy and Planning. Sarah's signed the letter off, or will be. The recommendations there are set out. Recommendation 2, there is an amendment to recommendation 2. Basically, recommendation 2 will be along the lines of as on the audit paper, and after include a covering letter from the chair asking the Minister to consider having a discussion on a longer time frame with council to allow a smooth and stronger plan framework built on a RPS that has been allowed to settle, given that there may be potential savings in the annual plan. If ORC was able to extend the time frame, council would welcome an indication before the end of May 2022. Yes, Di will put it up in a moment. Appreciate that Anita and Sarah won't have seen, please, seen that amendment to 2. Kate and Gretchen had circulated an email, I think yesterday, along the lines of looking for an opportunity to have a discussion with the Minister, or for the Minister to consider having a discussion with us on the topic. Kate, perhaps hand over to you if you wanted to, perhaps if you move 1, 2 and 3,
yep.
If you're happy to, and seconded by Hilary. And I'll just check whether there's any questions at this point. Particularly, I'm just wondering whether there's any questions, or any questions from anybody at this point. Oh, Brian? Might unmute Brian. Can't hear. Might be your end, is it?
Sorry, I do apologise. You couldn't hear. Can you hear me now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you go for it.
Cool. I'm concerned about your recommendation number 2, where to me it's another delay strategy on uncertain basis. I mean, even when we get a land and water plan, it'll continue to be refined over time. And there's always been this argument about delay, and then environmental degradation just continues. I can't understand it. What's the basis? What's your real basis for it?
Did you receive the proposal from Gretchen and Kate? I think it was yesterday. Yeah. Yesterday morning, perhaps.
Yeah, my question stands.
No. I'm just asking you a question. Did you receive that email?
I've received emails and I've read them, and my question stands.
I'm happy to cover that off when I.
Yeah, good job. Okay, maybe it's a good idea then I hand over to you, Kate, to, it's been moved, obviously you've moved the 3 recommendations and have been seconded. Maybe you should speak to it, so then that'll help us all to understand the motivation behind
Thank you.
the amendment. Thank you.
This came back. So what happened this in the last week? We've had notification from our previous general manager of Gwyneth, who's now left, that the High Court decision is being awaited for whether the RPS is a freshwater instrument. We made a decision on council advice to say that it was. That has now been challenged in the High Court. Not only is that decision unlikely to be decided until, I think it's July, the judge has indicated, Mr. Justice Nation, that there's a good chance that it could be appealed. Then it is only after that, my understanding, and correct me, I'm sure that the staff will correct me, we're going to debate, is that we then have if it's a freshwater instrument, there's no problems, we go along with the hearings. Those hearings were scheduled to start in May, but they can't now until the RPS process has been finalised. So we've got that's being delayed. I think it's now several months. When we first heard of the appeal from the fishing,
several months, delayed by several months, and once it's delayed, the Land Water Plan. Yeah.
Hang on, Brian.
Sorry.
Kate's got the floor.
Sorry. When we first heard about the appeal on this, Forests and Birds, we were indicated that we thought it would be dealt with very, very quickly. That was last year. It wasn't heard in the end until much later. So that is another few months delay. So it's delay upon delay. And now we've been advised that it's very likely by Mr. Justice Nation that it will be appealed. This is what happens when you get new legislation and people want to test the law. It happens. I know exactly the same stuff happened on the RMA. Not only have we got that, discussions late last week and over the weekend about our 18% rates increase also informed it. And because we couldn't ask staff, I asked the chair of finance about whether there were any savings in there for a smoother land and water plan. And I was advised that the chair of the finance thought there were. I also have been really excited by seeing ORC staff working out in catchment groups and building relations. It's early days, but their new catchment liaison staff, I think, have got a potential to give us over some of the issues in the land and water regional plan much more smoothly than doing a hasty process. There's 3 tranches to that work. That was the email that I sent, that Gretchen and I sent, saying, on that basis, can we invite the minister? He may not decide to, but is there a discussion to be had about the process? Because it has been quite a substantial delay to the original timeframes. I appreciate staff are still working to a really hard timeframe. I really appreciate that they're desperately trying to get this stuff done. And good on them. They're doing exactly what we've asked them to do. But it is a decision that we as councillors made. And all I want to do is open the door to see if the minister is up for that discussion. If he says no, we'll just carry on doing it. But if there are some savings to be had, let's do it in time for this annual plan. So that's the basis of it. I'm not trying to delay anything. On the other hand, there's also behind us a whole lot of people saying, can we get the people in the room together to have a constructive discussion to get over some of these hurdles? We've heard it from Wise Response. I've heard it from members of the Otago Fish and Game Board. I've heard it from people out in the field just wanting to get people in the room. That all needs time. Everyone's saying we need time. I know there's farmers out there that want to talk across to all of these stakeholders and get them in the room to get the fundamentals right. I don't think this, so it just seems there's a win-win-win every which way if we have this discussion. It doesn't predetermine anything.
Thanks, Kate. As the seconder of the motion or motions, Hilary, do you want to speak at this point?
Will I get another chance at the end or not?
No.
In that case, I'll speak it later.
Good God. I've got Alexa, then Brian.
Okay, this is a question, I think, because I'm not sure if we put the motion, so I'm very confused today about what's questions and what's debate, but I still need these questions answered. And I had a conversation with Kate on the phone the other day, which was interesting. There was good conversation. Thank you, Kate. And I could see where you were coming from. But then on reflection and trying to understand more about this, I came up with two other questions which haven't really been answered. And does the RPS, so this is for Sarah probably, does the RPS need to be finalised before the land, given the High Court scenario we are in, before the land and water plan is notified? Is that a necessity?
Thanks, Sarah.
I'm going to ask Anita to correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, because her planning knowledge is better than mine. What I would say is that there was a timeline constructed where it was considered that it was appropriate to have an RPS notified before we notify the land and water plan. It's not an insurmountable problem, in my view, to not have an RPS that's operative. I mean, the reality is we review RPSs at different times, and if you think to the situation we've had of recent times, we've had all of our regional plans and an RPS reviewed, that is younger than the regional plans. It hasn't stopped the plans from being able to be used. So would it be ideal? Yeah, sure. But is it an insurmountable problem? No. At this stage, sorry, if I could just have some additional license just to explain.
Go for it, Sarah.
At this stage, the panel dealing with the RPS have said, and that's the Freshwater Commission, they're keen to ensure hearings commence and they're looking for the most efficient way of doing that. They're thinking about how that might be done, especially thinking about a solution if the High Court should find that the RPS is not a freshwater instrument in its entirety. They're thinking about commencing the freshwater chapters first because they're not in dispute, and then adjourning until the High Court decision is made, and they understand the overall time frame. So the minute that was produced on the RPS from the Freshwater Commissioners, in our view, does not at this stage put the overall time frame in jeopardy. And that's the time frame we're continuing to work with. Just in case you missed it, I did provide some guidance last night to you all about what might need to be thought about more broadly than perhaps the motion that's on the table, because the request to the minister that's been put on the table now may have an impact on relationships, so with the minister, but also with our treaty partners and other stakeholders. And I'm thinking about the outcome, really. So it will take longer to address issues. Expectations are based on current timeline commitments, and we've really pushed our stakeholders to meet those. And the minister's goal for changes to water quality within a generation into mana o te wai all fall into considerations. I think the other thing is there is potentially a direct disadvantage to those people who are whose consents will be granted under Plan Change 7, because that was a very tactical situation where the 6-year time frame was specifically chosen to dovetail with new policy provisions from the Land and Water Plan, giving users greater clarity. So a delay might mean that there's an issue where those consents start needing to be processed before we're in a position where there's a level of certainty that might be able to be given. The other thing is we should remember that while we have a 2023 deadline, the rest of the country has a 2024 deadline. So the best we could hope for, if the minister was to agree to anything, would be 12 months. What that does, of course, is puts us not at the front of the queue where we will be in 2023, but in the queue with everybody else. And so having the opportunity to process things will be challenging. I also just wonder about whether a slowing down or delaying in reference to the annual plan will save money, especially if we were to pursue some of the things that Councillor Wilson just spoke about in terms of trying to reach greater consensus. There will, of course, be a cost to that. And so it's worthwhile just thinking about what the real saving might be. We have an LTP work program that's designed around these timeframes, and so there's potentially organisational implications. So, what does that mean for staff? What does that mean for positions? So that's a question. The other question is if the concern is, and I understand that it probably isn't, but if it's a funding problem, then maybe there's another opportunity to think about how we fund things, including maybe asking the minister for some assistance. And I also think there's a consideration about how the decision to ask for a slowdown or a delay might impact governance and government confidence. So, for example, could there be a perception by community that the work done to date is wasted? Could there be a perception by the community that we are being inefficient? And so also, what is the risk of putting this proposition forward to the minister when we know that he has been fairly clear about his expectations of us? So absolutely, it's your decision to make. I'm just trying to give you the full perspective because I do think there are a bunch of risks as well as opportunities that sit inside of this decision that are perhaps more broader than the motion on the table might suggest. Thank you.
Thank you so.
Hang on a wee minute, Alexa, can I please?
Yeah.
Yeah, all I was going to say, look, I didn't give Sarah an opportunity at the start to express a view, and I know we're in debate, so I just wanted to make that point just for everyone's benefit. Alexa, we're back in your hands.
Thanks. So given we're in debate, I'm taking from that advice and my dawning since my discussion with Kate yesterday and looking back at some other papers is that the RPS does not need to be finalised before the land and water plan. I mean, that ideal world, we're never in that. So the answer to that is no in my head. So the next question, which Sarah's answered for me, is there a doubling up, creating wasteful expenditure if the RPS isn't completed before the LNP is notified? And to me, that answer is also no. In fact, this may double up and this may cause us more expenditure and problems in trying to reorder the work program and also problems with Plan Change 7. So the answer to that too is no in my head. And so that brings me to my conclusion that I can't possibly support any delay or request for delay under these circumstances. Koina, thank you.
Thanks, Alexa. Further speakers? Michael Laws.
I've always thought that the very good phrase that George War is better than war should govern most conversations that you have. And in this particular case, all we're seeking to do is have a conversation. I wish we'd had this conversation 18 months ago when we were denied that opportunity as a governance team. So the ability to talk to people and say, what's your understanding? The world's changed a bit. We know that central government, for example, is one of those people that recognises the change in the world and in an infinite number of different ways has responded accordingly. All this motion seeks to do is open up a communication channel on this issue. It doesn't oblige us to any course of action at all. It just says, would you be interested in having a chat about it? And these would be some of the issues that we'd like to discuss with you. If the answer is no, so what? Our job is to represent our communities. I don't want to give this lecture again. It's so often forgotten though. Our job is to represent our communities. Our communities are in a considerable degree of turmoil at the moment. They would like to have some clarity, so would we. That conversation would give us clarity.
Thank you. Michael Deakett, I wasn't sure whether you had your hand up or not.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did. I did, Mr. Chairman, but Alexa asked the very questions that I was going to ask. And I'm very grateful to Sarah for the very thorough, detailed response she gave. I'm inclined not to support the motion.
Thank you. Brian.
Oh, thank you. Just following on from Councillor Laws. Yes, one of our responsibilities is to represent our communities. Even a stronger responsibility we all signed an oath for was to represent our region. We also have various legal responsibilities in terms of national policy statements and so forth, in terms of the laws of the land. So it's not all about the point that you have made. I certainly won't be supporting the motion. As was previously said, we need to work. Yes, we need to work constructively with the minister, but not implying that it's going to be a delay. Maybe just talking about concerns and issues and so forth. We need to consider our relationship and manner with the minister. Have we discussed this with iwi? Would be one of my questions. I mean, Mr. Chair, can I ask that question? Has this all been signed off by iwi?
I'll respond when I speak in a moment.
Cool, thank you. Secondly, CE has said that the overall timeframe is not in jeopardy. The mover of the motion has said that she's not trying to delay anything. So I can't understand the tenor of the argument. To me, it's simply, as I would suggest to the chair, that if there are concerns, put them in the cover letter. And as Councillor Laws says, yeah, let's have a discussion, but not any, sort of veiled implications. We've got to keep moving forward on these issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Gary.
Thank you. I will fully support the motion. The minister and the situation that was put in place with the minister several years ago is evolving, and changes happen through that period. The minister, I remember him sitting here and he said he hardly ever hears from Otago. So here's an opportunity for him to hear from Otago. We, in good faith, set in place a process with him. And then there are some changes and hurdles that are out of our control that may or may not change the direction as we step our way through it. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to have that interaction with the minister. It is a simple question to ask. It's not an unreasonable question. And we will possibly get a better outcome in the end, because these are two-pronged processes. There is what we do up until we notify, and then there is what happens in the legal process beyond that to arrive at an outcome. And the legal process beyond that is what impacts and costs our community. And our community are fed up with fighting us on policy that is put in front of them that does not reflect what is out there on the ground. So the better we can get our land and water plan to a point where it may more closely reflect the community, a little extra time, maybe it is only 12 months, might get us a better notification that may lessen the fight at the end, and we do meet those timeframes. So I think it's a purely reasonable thing to ask our overall central government minister, what do you think? Thank you.
Thank you. Hilary, then Kevin.
I've got the utmost confidence that central government won't feel that they're being bullied or pushed around by the likes of us. For that reason, I think asking them to have a conversation with us would be something that the minister would welcome. Now, if the minister has, for his own reasons or for reasons we don't understand or any reasons at all or none, says, I'm not cooperating with any of this, then so be it. But if he doesn't say that, then he is the man in charge of all of this stuff, and he is the one who should be leading the charge of whether it's a good, bad or indifferent thing to actually think about some other issues before we plough on. We've also got some reasons in our own area to know what the cost of doing some of these things are, and the minister himself knows, possibly more than some of the people around the table here do, about the effect of delays to do with court processes and the follow-on things from that. The idea that we should do these things out of order would be beyond awkward. It would be unhelpful. It's bad enough that we often end up doing our planning documents, leapfrogging other local ones and territorial authorities and things. To do this one like that would be, that we don't need to do like that, would be unhelpful to put that out of scheme too. To me, this is a no-brainer in the sense of having a conversation never hurt anybody. Listening to somebody else never hurt anyone. The minister may have some reasons why he thinks it's not a good idea. We'd like to hear them, because from our point of view, it's possible that it's a good idea. That's all we're saying is, hey, minister, we've got an idea that it might be better to do things a wee bit differently. Why not have that discussion with the minister? I can't see how that would be a bad thing almost ever. So I will be fully supporting this. Might I also just finish by saying that while none of us speak for Gretchen and we hope she gets better soon, she actually supported putting this in front of us.
Thank you. Kevin.
Look, I think it's an absolute opportune time to have a discussion with the minister. If we look at the state of our rivers, and that's a comment that has been made, and what are we doing about it to fixing things, I think we actually have to look at what is happening. Certainly in the North Otago FMU, there's the Ravensdown ORC Shag River Nutrient Study, the Cowra River Groundwater Study, the North Otago Groundwater Study, which is a part of our State of the Environment Network expansion. There's another 10, 15 sites being done there. The Waianakarua sensors, 15 sensors have been put into that river. The Wairika Creek Nosland project's underway. There's more Nosland projects going underway. WIC, the Waitaki Irrigators Collective's doing a whole lot. None of that stuff is actually going to stop. None of it's going to stop. And people are continuing to do very, very good jobs. We're simply flagging because of a court process, which I firmly believe will just drag on forever, because that's what they seem to do. We may need to tie ho on some stuff so we've got all our ducks in a row correctly. Look, I've got every faith that our staff can pull this off in the time frame. But if something happens in this court process that delays it and puts pressure on us, well, why wouldn't we have had that conversation? So let's have it. Our people on the ground will not stop the work that's happening out there fixing our environment up. So let's have that conversation. Let Minister Parker understand where we're at and understand all the good work that's happening down here and what we're trying to achieve. So let's have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen.
Just to finish, I couldn't top anything that you said, Councillor Malcolm, except there's good work done all throughout Otago. And I would definitely support the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Carmen. Look, just a couple of comments from me. Firstly, I think it's appropriate that we have a accompanying letter from governance along with our CEO's update to the minister. I think that's really appropriate. Whatever our views are, and I'm not sure why we haven't thought about it in the previous 4 or 5 6 months, the reports that have gone through to him. In terms of the concerns that Sarah has raised, and some of those are clearly out of our control and are yet to unfold. But I feel that it's still worthy of actually having a conversation with the minister, providing he's prepared to talk with us. And I think he then is in a position to say either yes, happy to accommodate a discussion or in some form or fashion, or he'll say no, go away, get your heads down, get on with the job, and stick to the 2023 notification of the Land and Water Plan. And if we don't ask, we don't find out. And I think the number of times I've sat around this table and heard that we have a time constraint hanging over our head with a lot of the work streams, and I think it's a duty of ours to at least raise this topic, because it affects the whole organisation, right from whether it's the planners or it's the feedback we hear through as governors, etc. I think it's such an important issue that we should be raising it at the highest possible level. Brian's question about mana whenua or iwi, I obviously am not here to speak on behalf of iwi. I did forward Edward Allison the letter from Kate and Gretchen, and Mr. Allison did email back saying that Kaha and Runaka were coping with the current workload, but they hadn't turned their mind to future workloads and the sort of the sustainability and the ability to deliver. So they haven't considered it. So that they were his comments. I'm just sharing those with you. Are there any further speakers? I think everyone has spoken, actually. So, Kate, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's some irony in the lead up to the, I can't remember if it's proposed or the one of the RPSs that we've had in the last few years. It talked about 3 pillars, and it tried to talk about 3 pillars about being strong and having strong foundations. What I think, and with all respect to the CEO and her understanding of planning, which I've no doubt is probably better than mine as well, but having sat through a plan process over 2 years, not having a very clear RPS that's settled makes doing anything that hangs on it really, really hard. And I don't care how our staff can jump through those hoops. I'm really impressed with them trying to. But I just look at the turnouts at the much, much shortened down FMU presentations that were going to be day events of 2 hours here and 2 hours there, that people couldn't interact with staff. And I'm reflecting not on the ability of staff to do it, I'm reflecting on the ability of our community to do it. I've sat and watched people not only dealing with this stuff, trying to meet other work commitments with MFE, to do He Waka Eka Noa consultation, to do consultation on slope maps, to do consultation on other things that are happening. I think Michelle's got her mic on. Anyway, there is so much going out there. We've got some really committed people driving stuff and they can't keep up with it. It isn't only about our staff. So I am also concerned about the finances, and I do think there will be savings in there if we look at it and understand it better. I'm still confident that the chairs of finance can make that happen. I am really happy, though, if on the advice of the CEO, to add in funding into that motion. I think it's too late to do that now. I'm welcome anyone doing that as a subsequent motion if they wish to. But I'm sorry, if we don't have an RPS that is sorted, that holds the visions and is understood by the community, you cannot build a land and water regional plan that makes sense and is submittable upon for that community. doesn't matter what our staff can do, they're only part of the equation. Thank you.
Can I just, through you, Chair, can I just provide one point of clarification that the RPS hearing process is on its own train track now, and as far as I'm aware, the Minister has no ability to influence that, and the panel will do what the panel wishes to do. And they are very clear that they just want to push on with the hearing. So I just want to provide that clarity. I'm just saying that the documents have been provided to the Freshwater Commission. That process is underway, and I'm not 100% certain, and we can have a look, that the Minister has any ability to pause or stop that. So I just want to provide that clarity for you all.
Okay, thanks, Anita. Sorry.
That is a red herring. What it was, well, what I read on Gwyneth's email was that the Freshwater Commissioners had been asked not to carry on until the RPS. Well, maybe I misread that because
that's incorrect. So it's actually the opposite.
Could we not have this debate, please? Please, not fair.
Hang on.
It's not proper.
We've had the final speakers. Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Kate. I will then put the three motions as everyone understand the amendment to or not the amendment, but the original that has had an additional a considerable additional part to it. I'll put those three motions. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Against.
Against. Noted, please.
Carried.
Can you note that, please?
Yes, carried by majority, noting that Alexa and Brian voted against. Okay, thank you all. Thanks, Anita. Thank you, Sarah. Moving on to the Local Government New Zealand Annual Conference. The reports provided for Council to determine ORC representation at Local Government New Zealand 2022 conference, which is scheduled to happen in Palmerston North, COVID dependent, obviously. The recommendations, we note the report. There is, I'll move from the chair and I nominate Alexa, Kate and myself as the councillor representatives to attend LGNZ conference.
I'm happy to second that for you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried.
Okay.
Moving on, 7.7, document signed under council seal. This report is provided to inform council of the delegations which have been exercised during the period of 17th November 2021 to the 2nd of March 2022, moved by Carmen, seconded by Kevin. Any discussion is noting this report? I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you, Di. Moving on to 7.8, LGFA port lending. This report is provided for council's approval to borrow via the LGFA and on lend to Port Otago Limited, and to approve amendments to council's treasury management policy to permit on lending to occur. And the treasury management policy is part of this. It's an attachment to this report. And then, as was alluded to early on in the meeting, we have a public excluded item as well as part of this decision. Nick, I assume you're with us. Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you want to say with regards to this report?
No, I think you summed it up. This is the bit in public. We've got the other bit in public excluded, but this essentially takes the paper and the information that you saw a month ago in the Finance Committee. You've now got it to debate in public, which is, the concept of on lending to the port in principle, and then assuming that that council is comfortable with that decision, then obviously the change to the Treasury management policy needs to be made to permit that. And then from there, the next step would be about agreeing, an actual loan agreement with the port to enable that to happen, which is the public excluded piece.
Excellent. Thank you. Co-chairs of finance, was there anything that you wanted to cover off, Hilary?
I'm happy to move.
Okay.
I've got a question when it suits.
Yep. So it's been moved. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4 as set out, which we note the report adopts the attached Treasury management policy, which has been revised to permit on lending to Port Otago and endorsing council providing a shareholder advance to Port Otago Limited, subject to approval of the formal loan agreement being considered separately, public excluded. And we note council will commence the process to obtain a credit rating. It's been moved and seconded. Because that's a question, is it, Kate?
Question, very much question. Paragraph 17, please. Can I just understand, and for certainty's sake, what that means? The paragraph 16, you say the port currently has a lending facility of ANZ of 110 million. That we're going to supply them 100 million. Does that mean that the ANZ one will be reduced down to 10 million, or does that mean that they've got 10 million working capital debt requirements?
In the short term, it would reduce, but the port is planning to increase their overall debt lending. As we say there, they've currently got a facility with the ANZ. Is it 110 or 120? They've got the option to increase that to 150. Once they get to the point of sort of 150 million plus, a single bank quite often wants to bring other banks in and share the lending amount out. So in the initial, they'll be paying down their debt and then using their ANZ facility for working capital. But as they progress various projects that they've got on the go, for example, like developing our head office, they've got development occurring up in Hamilton, they'll increase that through their ANZ facility. So they'll very likely keep the bulk, if not all of that facility in place with the ANZ and draw down on that as their working capital requirements need it.
So just for clarity, and and tell me if I go over the barriers, it's hard to remember which is in which report, sorry. The debt is neutral at the moment, but could get higher and won't go through any other steps or through council, but the liability will be with the ORC instead of with Port Otago for a substantial part of that debt.
For which part? The
bit that we're taking on in this report.
Well, that'll be at a maximum of 100 million. Yep.
Yep.
Any other debt they will have will be with another bank, with a bank, a commercial bank. So it's not going through us.
Sorry, when I first read this, and again, I found it, because it's split, it's quite technical. While it's neutral now, what I just want a clarification is, the effect is that there will be, as a group, ORC and Port Otago together, 150 million more debt potentially over time.
Well, there could be. Let's say, for example, over the next 12, 18 months, there are other debt increases. They might have the 100 million with us and 100 million with the bank. Yeah. So there'd be 200 in total. That would be no different than if you don't do this. To do what they've got planned, they will be looking to borrow that money anyway, but they would go to commercial lenders. Going to ANZ would probably mean that their bank would probably then go to other banks to look to put a syndicated funding arrangement together.
The point was, but they wouldn't need our consent for that.
No, they don't. But what they do, where you get to see that as a council, is a statement of corporate intent and their regular reporting, and you will see them as they go to do the various things, and they talk to you about what they're intending to do, around their various projects that they've got on the go. So you'll get to see that. And then the other thing that's noted in the paper is, of course, that they currently have a banking covenant that they have to maintain 50% equity, which is quite high. So it's not like they could step outside of that with the bank anyway.
And that includes the debt to us, I presume.
Yeah, well, the equity will obviously the way that's calculated, the more, if they've got more debt with us, then the equity ratio will change in accordance with that.
Thank you,
Gary.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kate.
Very happy to support the motions and the report as noted. This is an opportunity for us to pass on the opportunity that sits from central government. And to me, it just makes, if it ticks all of the boxes around what we are able to do with our subsidiary, then, and it obviously does, and we're being assured of that with by staff, then here's a way for us to assist our port to be even more successful than what they currently are. And why pay an interest rate to an Australian-owned bank when we may be able to utilise funds through central government? So happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No, all good. Okay.
Yeah, well, sorry.
Oh, sorry, because you asked a question before. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm happy with this because the Port Otago is in good hands, and I'm really confident in both the directors that they've got there and the councillors that we've got on here and our staff. I am concerned though that this actually, if it had been any other arrangement, it's a bit like a bank won't give money to the kids, so they ask the parents to be the guarantors, and it seems all right and rosy, and then things fall out, or people aren't as sharp on the deals as normal. I have sat on a council where we thought everything was rosy and it didn't turn out to be that way, and it became fraught. I am going to agree to this because I don't, and I've got really confidence that that isn't the case here. But I just think that generally these things aren't just rubber stamps that we should be doing. And if it had been any closer or the debt any larger, I would have been thinking that we should have been consulting with our community more broadly about that. Don't forget, if this was any other situation and they defaulted, it is the ratepayer that is the easiest person to go to. They can't go to P&O under this agreement because Port Otago isn't their client, it's us. And that is the ratepayer that is exposed. And I sat round a council where we kept on adding the debt level and the rateable value that would go on each place, and I was very, very aware of that. So in that background, I'm going to agree to it, but I want us not to think this is just a rubber stamping.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? If
yes,
not,
thank you.
Oh, sorry, Carol.
No, you're fine. I just want to say I do support it, and I thanked Nick yesterday because there were some questions asked that I was concerned about too, and he answered them, and I got comfort from that. So thank you, and I do support it.
Thanks, Carmen. Hillary, you'll write a reply.
Just a brief note which may alleviate some of, or may make it, I don't know whether it alleviates Kate's concerns or makes it worse, but whatever Port Otago does that they're allowed to do, whether they borrow it through here or whether they borrow it through somewhere else, it's all, we're responsible. We're mummy and daddy anyway. So whether they come to us and ask for a guarantee of their loan or whatever happens, mummy and daddy will have to pay. Mummy and daddy shouldn't do it.
Thank you. No further speakers. I'll put those 4 recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Nick. Moving on to item 8, recommendations adopted at committee meetings. Recommendations to the Finance Committee. Moved Kevin, seconded Hillary. Any discussion?
Sorry, my only question about these is that if they're resolutions that the subcommittees are entitled to do off their own bat, they don't need to be adopted by council. They only.
Oh, okay.
adopted by, I think they're only adopted by council if if we require.
So they should be, what do you normally do, Doc? Yes, what you normally do? Or was it a noting? Because there are some delegations with finance who,
Yes.
for example.
Yes,
But
so I'm just saying a proper practice would be to note the things that Finance Committee was, for example, Finance Committee was allowed to do of its own bat rather than adopt it, but to note it.
Thank you, Hilly. Rather than trying to sort it out here, can we just note that comment and then we
Let's
can
note that for the future.
yeah, and we can just pick it up because you're right. There are some delegations that, particularly finance, hold, and okay. Thank you for that. So it's been moved and seconded. Moved Hillary, seconded Kevin, I think, or the other way around. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Recommendation 8.1. 8.2 is the recommendations of the implementation committee. Moved Carmen. I'll second. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried. Thank you. Recommendation 8.3. Recommendations of Data and Information Committee. Alexa moved, seconded by Carmen. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried. 8.4, recommendation of Governance, Communications, Engagement Committee. Moved Michael Deaker, seconded Michael Laws. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Recommendation of the Regulatory Committee. Moved by Gary. I'll second. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried. Moving on to item 9, Chairperson and Chief Executive's report. Just need to note in my report, I should have included Councillor Forbes in attending the Zone 5 and 6 Zoom meeting. So my apologies, Alexa. We'll note that. I'm happy to move that. I'm happy to take any questions if anyone's got any questions. Michael Laws.
How did you get on with the chair of Fish and Game on working on improving our understanding of each other's role?
Well, we're in the process of teeing up a gathering with some councillors from both entities to have a chat about our different roles. So that's work in progress. That will happen over the next wee while. We haven't got a date set, but we're having that conversation about teeing that up.
Was there a general agreement? Was there an agreement between the two of you that the current relationship, which is very litigious, needs to improve?
As the chair of Fish and Game put it, we're looking at talking with one another rather than at each other. And I thought that was a very good way to put it.
Okay, that's cool.
Yep. Is there any other questions, queries? Hillary.
That's what's a tiddly tiny wee question. Is there any resourcing further that you might need for your correspondence? I notice in some of the action plans in some places, they say Chairman Noon will write a letter to so-and-so, and they don't seem to be being written. So without putting you on the spot, I'm just saying, is there a resourcing problem that's getting in the way here?
Well, I'm a person that tends to leave things to the last minute or last date of a required action, but the letters that were to be written by me up until I think it was the end of Feb have now all been written and actioned. Sorry, they're not included in here. I'll circulate them, but there was several listed there that you will not have seen, but I'm up to date in terms of my letter writing. So I think I'm okay, but thank you. I'm happy to move that we note my report, signed by Gary, Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Moving on to the Chief Executive's report. Any questions for Sarah, Carmen, then Michael Laws?
Mrs. Gardner, good to see that you joined us where you could on the FM News. What did you learn, please?
I think I might have said previously that I attended the first one and with help from Councillor Forbes and staff, we debriefed and made a number of changes to the presentation and the format. You know, I'm trying to think of specific things, but we put the map at the front, so we made sure we had people in the right FMU. We provided further opportunity for audience input, and I attended the Taiari one, and that you know, I absolutely noticed the differences. The opportunities for input were improved, and it was also very refreshing to see that we had a number of people on the Taiari call that we didn't normally see in our face-to-face meetings. So that was refreshing and a positive part of, I think, being able to offer a different format.
Thank you. Appreciate your answer.
Thank you. Michael Laws.
Two questions, and they relate to your last paragraph. And you rightly raised them, talking about staff vacancies. I will talk about that one first. In what areas in particular are you finding staff vacancies difficult to fill?
It's not really specific to area. It just depends on the market at any point in time. And there are a number of reasons why it is challenging to fill vacancies. We have had at least one candidate recently pull out as a result of media coverage.
And the second issue is relating to work tenders. I'm bemused in actual fact that we're still in this current environment thinking that the best way to put out engineering jobs is by tender rather than entering into strategic partnerships. Have you considered, or has your engineering team considered a path forward where we're not reliant upon tenders to complete engineering projects?
We have some partnerships set up in parts of the business. We went through a process of doing that recently for consent. And while the tender process might not be being incredibly fruitful at the moment, it is still a process that is widely used.
In the short term, I think we both realise that the construction industry is actually ironically doing quite well for itself at the moment because of the flood of government money out there and the projects that are underway. I don't anticipate you're thinking that this will go away in the short term, this problem.
I think there are a number of factors that might be influencing why we're not seeing a whole lot of people apply for tenders, not just related to how much work there is out there.
Well, such as?
Such as the process that needs to be followed, the timing for which our works can be done, and also potentially, as I said, we had a candidate who had some concerns around media coverage. Perhaps that's also impacting on people who might want to work with us.
Can I just explore that with you? Surely anybody who works for a political organisation, including a regional council, would expect that there will be a degree of media coverage as part of the normal process of it being a political/public organisation.
Well, I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for anyone else. But, you know, I think that you know, there are times when perhaps the coverage is not as desirable as it might be, and that does cause people concern. You know, we're all human after all.
Any further questions for Sarah? If not, I'll move that we note Sarah's report, seconded by Kevin. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. That concludes the public part of the council meeting. And I will move that the council excludes the public from the, thank you, Kate, seconded, following part of the proceedings of this meeting in pursuit of to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987 for the items listed on the audit paper, including the Lower Waitaki River Control Scheme Operations and Funding Agreement, of which Michelle Mifflin will be in attendance for that item. Moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you, everyone.